The key word for EU Days is knowledge.
Transition.
Values.
Sustainability.
Dialogue.
Democracy.
Openness.
Insight. EU Days is the largest forum in Sweden for discussions about the EU and its future and the most pressing issues on our common agenda.
The main function of the EU Days is actually to bring people together to talk about the European common policies and our European common future.
This is a really great event. It's about democracy. People have a chance to come and listen and participate.
Well, EU Days is extremely important for discussing EU, what we as students, society, local authority wants with the EU, with our memberships.
EU has an extremely important role when it comes to the global challenge. And we need platforms to discuss it and to make people involved and meeting each other with their experience.
The way the discussions during 2 days here are organized gives everyone who participates an excellent opportunity to be much more knowledgeable afterwards.
I was surprised about the level of the discussion. The discussion was very in-depth and very detailed at some points.
We have the dialogue between different people with different backgrounds. It's always important to keep the conversation about the EU alive.
I believe too that the very nice thing to be in these kind of events is to network, to meet other agencies, to meet people from cities, to meet youth and to meet politicians. So the networking aspect is very important for me.
So, very good morning to all of you. Great to see you all back here because, as we learned yesterday, we are EU. Welcome back. We have a day with lots of interesting topics. Security challenges, analysis of the European Parliament and elections. We will talk about digitalizations, opportunities and security challenges, foreign information manipulation, biological diversity, and probably something I forgot, climate policy, of course. And as we did yesterday, there will be 2 parallel programs at some point, and you get to choose what you will follow. But first, some practical details. About EU Days in Lund. This is an annual open forum for dialogue and exchange of ideas, that's how it's formed, about the future of Europe and Sweden. And we're here for the 4th year in a row now. This conference is organized by the City of Lund, Lund University, the representation of the European Commission in Sweden, and Europe Direct Lund in cooperation with several other organizers, as you can see on the screen. I'm Heidi Avelan. I'm a journalist and moderator, and I'll be your guide through the day. Normally, I work at Sydsvenskan and Helsingborgs Dagblad as political editor-in-chief. The setup for this day is that we offer you these 2 parallel tracks. Apart from this concert hall, Konsertsalen, we will be in Amfin opposite on the same floor. And you are free to participate in whatever you're interested in. And there will also be a live podcast in Botulfshörnan on the 1st floor. You'll find the whole entire program on your name tag. And if time permits, you can ask questions via Mentimeter number up there. You go to menti.com and use that code. I'll get the questions over there in the computer. The code is the same for both rooms throughout the day. And the program will be recorded. You can watch it afterwards on your YouTube or on the YouTube channel of European Commission representation in Sweden. In case of emergency, we don't ask questions, we just use the exit over there, 2 in the back and 1 over there immediately. And one more detail, there's a photographer on site, and if you don't want to be photographed, talk to a host, those in the white t-shirts, EU Day t-shirts. And if you want to share something in social media, I hope you do, use the hashtag EU Days Lund, please. If I forgot something essential, don't hesitate to ask. So, let's start by welcoming up Annika Weppling-Korsinek, who's head of the Commission representation in Sweden. Good morning.
Morning. Here we are again. Great.
Halfway through.
Yes.
What are your reflections from yesterday?
Well, I don't know how many are new here today, because we did a wrap-up last night where we actually talked about the reflections from last day, but we were
all so tired by then.
We were so tired we forgot it all. No, it was a very interesting day. It was a full day. We had 2 commissioners here, Ylva Johansson, the Swedish commissioner in charge of home affairs and migration, and the Czech commissioner Věra Jourová, who talked to us about democracy, rule of law, artificial intelligence. And I think it was very interesting that both of them also shared, because they are both on their way out, so to speak. So they also talked about the lessons learned. And I think at least what stuck with me was this, that to be a successful commissioner, you really have to step into the shoes of all 27 member states and try to see each policy area from each member state's perspective in order to find the least bad compromise to present, because that's the only way to move forward. And I think it also kind of shows a bit what the EU is about, to kind of try to find the middle ground that we can then unite around and then move forward. So I think that was very nice to hear from them.
Ylva Johansson said that she had been traveling around Europe, visited every country, and still, when she became commissioner, she realized that this is something completely different. You really need to move yourself to the different parts and look upon the world from different points of view. That was interesting. And
yeah. And then we talked about, we had seminars about the euro, and it heated up a bit. We discussed the pros and the cons. And then we had discussions about Ukraine, of course. Not only important, but existentially important that we stay united and support Ukraine to win this war. We had discussions about EU careers, which is being here with students extremely important, so that you keep in mind that this is a great way to go out and do a career, to work for the EU institutions in one way or the other. It doesn't have to be for a whole lifetime, it can be for a shorter period, but try it out. It's a great experience for you, but it's also very useful and very crucial for the EU institutions to have all nationalities, and we are short of Swedes.
And great for Sweden.
And great for Sweden, because again, yeah, it's all about being in different pairs of shoes, and you will always walk a bit in your own shoes, so you will bring with you your Swedish perspective into that workplace as well, which I think is very important.
Annika, this might be an exciting day. It's exciting here, obviously, but also in Strasbourg. With Ursula von der Leyen maybe presenting her team, or
yes, well, it seems like right now that she is in the conference with the talmanskonferensen, the speakers. When I went up to the stage, there was still no result. I don't know if you see anything new. There was no white smoke coming out yet. But if everything goes well, there will be a press conference after this meeting with the spokespersons and talmen. What was it? Presidents. Sorry, I should know this. And then we will at least know the team, and we will also know the portfolios for each commissioner. So that will be exciting. But then it's not over, because then each of these commissioners that have been designated commissioner will have to go through a hearing in the committee, or each committee in the parliament. So they will sit through really hard hearings where they will be asked lots of questions and then see if they pass, so to speak. So it's not over yet.
And the formal process is that they don't pass as individuals.
No. The parliament, according to the treaty, the parliament can only approve or not approve the whole commission. Actually, the parliament doesn't have the right to vote on each and every commissioner designate. So it's actually the whole commission that it can approve or not approve.
But if the parliament disapproves with one commissioner, it's smarter to replace that commissioner.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it works, and maybe we will be wiser in
maybe
just a while. And with that said, I'll give the floor to you to present the rest.
Yes, I just have the great pleasure then to, unfortunately, the Vice President and the Commissioner in charge of Democracy and Demography, Dubravka Šuica, could not be here in person, but we will have a video message from her where she will talk a bit about the EU elections and democracy and perspectives on EU democracy. So I'll give the floor to Šuica.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to address this year's edition of EU Days Lund. Your event is growing in importance, and for that I congratulate you. I hope to join you in person next year. Today we stand at a pivotal moment in the history of our European Union. As President von der Leyen states in her political guidelines, we have a choice to make, Europe's choice. Prosperity, security and democracy are the priorities on the path to 2029. The next 5 years will define Europe's place in the world for decades to come. We must choose our own destiny and not be driven by those who do not share our values, our unity and our ambition. As the first European Commission Vice President for Democracy and Demography, I understand the importance of ensuring that democracy delivers for all. Elections are the bedrock of representative democracy. One of the biggest exercises in democracy, the European elections, are behind us. As a direct result of citizens voting on the 18th of July, 720 new members of the European Parliament elected Ursula von der Leyen again for a second term as President of the European Commission. And this is a clear vote for stability in this uncertain world. Voters want a democracy that truly delivers for all generations, leaving no one and nowhere behind. Up to 6 months after the 2024 elections, Member States are invited to transmit to the European Parliament information on the conduct of elections in their territory. As outlined in the recommendation on resilient elections, which was a part of the Defence of Democracy package, this should include information on election observation by citizens. The European Commission will, on this basis, prepare a comprehensive report on the 2024 European elections. We will analyze the turnout and participation of young people. We will also look at inclusion, with an emphasis on women, mobile citizens and persons with disabilities. For some citizens, voting in elections is the main way in which they participate in their democracy. But is this enough? Democracy thrives on the ability of citizens to contribute and participate in their democracy at all levels of governance. We must remember the dynamic space that exists between elections, where citizens of all generations can come together to discuss their hopes and aspirations. a place for citizens to increase their trust in institutions and in politicians, and for politicians to place their trust in citizens. This is a reality in how we are making policy in the European Union today. As co-chair of the Conference on the Future of Europe, I made sure that at least 1/3 of participants were young people aged 16 to 25. It was an exercise in intergenerational solidarity. It was inspired by citizens' proposals of the conference, and we in the European Commission decided to embed European citizens' panels in our policy making. And today, they are an innovative feature of the political guidelines for the next mandate. These exercises will help build trust and bridge the gap with citizens. Our work on demography over the last 5 years has also laid a solid foundation for the future, focusing on a broad range of related issues from employment, skills, and nurturing talent to health and care, to pensions, legal migration, and family policies. Addressing demographic change supports our ambitions to achieve economic sustainability and remain competitive. Our society is changing, we are aging, we are living longer lives. We must adapt our institutions and our policy making to address these challenges. Indeed, demographic change impacts our ability to show that democracy truly delivers for people. I would like to say more, but you also need time to discuss, so let me thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today, and I wish you a successful exchange. Thank you.
Kristina Eneroth, Vice Chancellor of Lund University, and Rasmus Törnblom, Deputy Mayor, City of Lund. Welcome up. Kristina.
Yeah.
EU-related issues, which are the most important on your desk right now?
Well, that is a long list, and I will give you some examples because we have other speakers here as well. And while it's nice to be promoted, I'm Pro-Vice Chancellor. Academics and our titles. Vice Rector, that's my title. I will give you some examples on what is on my desk in terms of research and innovation, education, but also EU and global affairs. And starting out with research and innovation, presently there are a large discussion on the new program for research and innovation funding. EU runs one of the largest programs in the world on funding for research and innovation. The present one known as Horizon Europe. When that is finished in 2027, we have spent 93.5 billion euros on research and innovation. That's a lot of money. That's a long list of zeros. And of course, for a research-intensive university like Lund, it is crucial to make input into the new program, which has a very uncool abbreviation known as FP10, Framework Program 10. But the stakes are very high, and we work with the Swedish government in order to provide the most beneficial input that we can come up with from the point of view of Lund. And that, of course, deals a lot with high-tech, deep-tech, life science, those kinds of sciences. But to flip that, I also oversee a program in which we provide direct advice to the Commission on how to work with innovation and cultural and creative industries, which is very important. That's what we were listening to. If you are to understand democracy, you have to understand the cultural dimension. This is very important for a university. You don't think about that, but it is for Lund. So those are some examples in terms of research and innovation. In terms of education, we do everything we possibly can to increase the number of students coming into Lund and sending out as many as possible from Lund. And I can only echo what's been said both today and yesterday. There are some great work opportunities in Brussels. I see some students here, keep that in mind. And some final words then on our global affairs with the EU. 2 countries, 1 continent. We do a lot of work with 2 countries that are not members of the Union. The first, perhaps obvious, Ukraine. We did a lot of work with Taras Shevchenko University before the war, and that has, for tragic reasons, intensified, but for a good purpose at present. We also work a lot more with UK-based universities today. Since Brexit, there's been a tremendous interest from UK universities that wouldn't answer our emails before, are very eager to work with us on the Horizon scheme today. And that is the global north. In terms of the global south, Africa and EU partnership is very important. And this is just some ideas on the breadth and depth of the university. We do a lot that's EU related.
And if Sweden was not a member of the EU, what would your world look like today?
I can't really imagine it, given that we are so invested in the current setup. We wouldn't at all appreciate that. This is very important for us.
Thank you. Rasmus Törnblom, you are Deputy Mayor, City of Lund. This was right, okay. Thank you.
But you're using my European artist name, Ramus, the screen behind me. I appreciate that.
It's wonderful. I did not, that was not me this time, normally is. So, Lund, why are we in Lund?
Where else should we be? I mean, in Lund, the sense of being a part of Europe is particularly strong. We have an internationally renowned university that drives cutting-edge research, and we are geographically close to Central Europe. Fostering a rich exchange of ideas and people. The European identity, I would say, is deeply woven in the fabric of our city. And to Lund, European moves to meet Sweden, and from Lund, Swedes move out to Europe. So I would also say that the European cooperation and the way to quantify or qualify the influence of EU is especially interesting from our perspective. Consider the vast opportunities that the European Union offers to all the countries and cities, and the unique role that Lund and cities like Lund can take in this opportunity. Take the climate action, for example, or the pursuit of global competitiveness through education, research, and innovation. In these areas, the European Union's framework enables cities like Lund to lead the way in responding to critical challenges.
And in everyday life for a person living in Lund, what issues should Lund be better at raising when it comes to EU? How can we get better at raising EU issues in everyday life? That's the proper way to put the question.
I really think that we should do that, since roughly 60% of all the decisions that that local decisions makers in Sweden are making are impacted by EU regulations and EU decisions. But I would also say
some mention the figure 30%, but
yeah. I thought the SKR, the Swedish,
yes,
said the
they brag about 60.
Yeah. Is it bragging? I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean,
I think it is.
Yeah. I would also say, like, as we look to the future, imagine transforming this event to something more premier, a forum for discussion European issues for Northern Europe. That is what I'm hoping, because my hope is that we can move beyond Stadshallen in the coming years and maybe take this event out to the city, maybe borrowing some of the university's facilities.
The EU festival next year.
No, but a larger talk, a larger arena. Imagine, and I really hope that we in 30 years could say that in that street corner in Lund, the proposal to phase out the last fossil fuel in Europe was proposed. Or for the first time, Ukraine, as a member of the European Union, participated after defeating Russia. They participated here in Lund. That is what I'm hoping. And I think that we really have the opportunity in this city, in this place, with this university, with our co-organizers. It's a really opportunity, and we should be very proud of it.
That we in 30 years can say, remember when EU Days was just, you know, a gathering in Stadshallen?
Exactly.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
These are our hosts. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
It's good to be just in the Stadshallen. I need to confirm that. Next. Björn Fegersten holds a PhD in European Security Cooperation from Lund University and has been affiliated with Howard's Kennedy School of Government and the European University Institute in Florence, Firenze. Previously the director of the Europe program at the Swedish Institute of International Affairs, he continues to serve as a senior researcher at the Institute. And since 2022, he's been the CEO of Politea, an analysis firm that helps both the private and the public agencies manage geopolitical risks. And you may know Björn Fegersten pretty well because he's a regional commentator on European affairs in Swedish media. A warm hand, Björn Fegersten.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors and awesome students of Lund, it's really great to be here again. As introduced, I was here as a student. I actually met Europe to some extent, as we heard, as a student in Lund. I went to occasions like this where high-ranking bureaucrats would come in the early years of the millennia and talk about the new constitutional treaty or the convention, things like the passerelle or legalities in Europe. It was actually Lars Danielsson sitting there. So it's really fun to be back. But 20 years ago, I took up a position as a PhD student here in Kvarteret Paradiset, the paradise in political science. And thinking back, this really was, we didn't know it by then, but like the golden years of EU foreign and security policy. There was lots of momentum to actually cooperate after the war in Iraq. There was kind of a need for some sort of soft balancing against the US. We enjoyed pretty good kind of interpersonal relations between Chirac and Blair, for example. And we had an external environment that kind of called for European action. There was a large demand for this kind of small-scale crisis management that was like a big part of Europe's toolbox. The first ever European security strategy was formulated, and it stated famously in its introduction that Europe has never been so prosperous, so secure, nor so free as it actually was by then in 2003. It's quite a difference if you compare it to the text we read today, for example, the one you discussed yesterday, I think, on the European competition, which is based on the idea that we are pretty unsafe, we're getting poorer by the day, and we need some quick fixes to remedy this. The literature that we read around this time, 2004, was also very upbeat. It was titles like Why Europe Would Run the 24th Century by Mark Leonard, or The Breaking of Nations, or Lund's own Ian Manner's ideas about normative power Europe. They were all based on some kind of idea that international relations could be done differently, and that Europe would be pretty good at this. We were well suited to a postmodern or a new form of international relations. And the transatlantic link, the topic today, was of course very important for these ambitions for Europe. By then, we didn't know it. We talked about like peak oil, but we were really living in an era of peak hegemony. Like the US really most powerful moment in the mid-decade. After that, the financial crisis, the wars of choice, and later, of course, the rise of China would really challenge US power. But it was really at its peak, I would say, at this time. And the US role in EU foreign policy and agency was of course very important. It was enabling Europe as an actor. It was protecting Europe with its nuclear umbrella. But to some extent, it was also limiting Europe. If you remember Madeleine Albright, she was very skeptical to kind of any efforts of building European security that didn't include the United States. And the EU at the time was really pushing the US to accept or to see a world that was less based on principles of sovereign states. So we pushed for the ICC, or a few years earlier about the beefed up World Trade Organization, or the responsibility to protect. All kind of policies and instruments that was not really based on state sovereignty as the core entity. Now, in hindsight, I think there wasn't really a strong transatlantic idea at the time. There was an idea about the West as some sort of unity, and of course there was lots of gains of cooperation. But this was very different if you compare it to the Cold War. The Cold War had a very clear kind of transatlantic bargain, a deal between Europe and the US. US offered us military protection. It offered us support for European development, first in the Marshall Help, for example, and then European integration. And what did it get back? Well, it got back a Europe that was like a bulwark against Soviet communism, and it got loyalty, loyalty for its global ambitions, a Europe that was largely loyal to American interests. Now, this kind of grand bargain, it held for most of the Cold War, but it kind of lost its role during the post-Cold War era. Europe didn't actually need a lot of help with its integration. We didn't feel threatened by Russia. The US didn't feel threatened at all by Russia. So all the pillars of this bargain was increasingly obsolete. And I think that is really changing now. We are leaving the post-Cold War era. We are leaving an era of US hegemony and power. And this need for some sort of new deal between the EU and the US is really on the table. And we see that, for example, in the Draghi report, which constantly refers to the US, that they are before us, we are dependent on them, and we need to address that. So we need some sort of new transatlantic bargain. And however formulated, it will depend on what we can do at home, what we can offer. But it's also very much dependent on the trajectory of American politics and where the US is going. So let me say something about then the election, the most immediate manifestation, of course, of US political change. First of all, from a European perspective, it will affect our attention span, right? We are extremely interested, sometimes even over-interested in American politics. So you will read much more about this coming election than when you ever read about the European elections in Heidi's newspaper and all the other ones. If the election doesn't really result in a very clear outcome, which I think unfortunately is at least that it will be challenged in some way or another, this drama will continue, and so will our attention on US politics. That's one effect. Then I think it's important to remind you that other elections matter. We have state elections, which is really important from a European perspective. We tend to cooperate directly with American states when it comes to trade, innovation, university cooperation, green regulation, etc. So it matters where the states are going policy-wise. We have elections, of course, to the House of Representatives and Congress. And this matters as well. We are in a position where both houses could actually go either way. The Democrats has a very narrow lead in the Senate right now, while the Republicans has really mismanaged the House, sacked their own people, for example. So this could go either way, and this will have a big effect on also Europe when it comes to who runs America. A president who really doesn't have the House will have difficulties in enacting legislation, which could affect us. A president that doesn't have the Senate on his or her side will find it difficult to sign treaties or get his or her candidates through, especially the more kind of extreme ones. But of course, most of all, the candidates still matters from a European perspective. And I guess here, President candidate Trump is the one who would imply most of a change for us. And I think it's fair to say that Trump, if elected, would be better prepared this time. He will meet less of resistance. Remember last time he actually had a large part of his own political party working against him. That's not the case today. They are fully in his hand. There will be, we had high ambitions that we could still cooperate with kind of the grown-ups in the room. There won't be any of those grown-ups in the room this time. Trump is much better prepared. So the strategic setting is quite different. Also, I think it's fair to say that Trump doesn't really like Europe as a political idea or the institutional manifestation of that idea, our EU institutions. So while, for example, the Commission has been quite successful in establishing direct cooperation with the Biden administration, I think we'll see little of that kind with a return of Trump. So better prepared and perhaps not so keen to cooperate. One of the kind of victims of this would, of course, be cooperation within NATO. NATO is a military alliance that builds on two forms of credibility: internal credibility, the belief that we actually come to each other's support, and external credibility, that our enemies, the folks we want to deter, actually believe that this will happen. And both of these kind of credibility could be really tarnished by pure signaling of an American commander-in-chief. He doesn't need any legal instruments for that. And this is, of course, pretty... it could be existential for European security if we have less beliefs in American support. And I think it will be extremely difficult for Ukraine. It will be like a triple effect with Trump. The direct support for Ukraine is likely to go down, and there will be indirect effects in the sense that European nations that are today, to be fair, perhaps more interested in having a good transatlantic relationship, and because of that they show solidarity to Ukraine, perhaps Italy, they would change overnight if we have another administration with another policy in the US. And then another indirect effect, even the countries that actually feel deep solidarity and care about the European security order and want to help Ukraine would still need to look after their own house in a different way if we couldn't trust to the same extent on US commitment to European security. So that's a triple effect on the security in Europe and on Ukraine to be expected with Trump. On economy, which I think you discussed yesterday, Trump has been discussing maybe 10, sometimes he say 20% across the board tariffs. I think that's pretty unlikely. I mean, last time with the tariff hike, it was based on a national security legislation. It's difficult to see that could be used to this kind of across the board tariffs. But he's also planning about 60% tariffs on China. That's slightly more doable and likely to happen due to security reasons. That, of course, would affect the Europeans greatly. Both in the sense that we would be flooded with all the products that China could not export to the US, but also we would have calls for loyalty. A US administration that actually does that would, of course, want to see the Europeans do something similar, just as they already now expect us to do the same thing when it comes to, for example, semiconductors. So that would affect our economy as well, not to mention Trump's ideas about pushing down the value of the dollar or limiting the independence of the Federal Reserve. All of this could affect the value of the dollar, of course, and the role of the dollar as an international currency. And on order, Trump prefers a much less kind of multilateral outlook, more bilateral deals. For 20 years ago, as I said, Europe was aiming for some kind of postmodern order. Trump is aiming for more of a pre-modern order of direct state relations or direct statesman relationships. So very different, and it would affect us as an actor, and especially I would say our institutions like the Commission, who's been a driving force up until now with the US administration. But also with Kamala Harris, I think Europe needs to accept that there will be changes. Most important, she doesn't really have the same European reflex as Biden. And I think this is a generational thing. It's actually a demographic thing. You don't see the same kind of American politicians that are grown up during the Cold War with some kind of a family, often a history and oriented towards Europe. And I think this affects to what extent Europe will actually get anything for free. We will have to fight for our attention in Washington on another level. Kamala Harris might be tested in another way. It would be her first time on this job, so she might be tested by the kind of adversaries of the US. And possibly she would like to focus more at home and try to heal the country after this election, which could turn the US into slightly more inward-looking polity, so that would affect Europe. But in sum, I think both candidates prefer a new sort of transatlantic bargain. Trump would essentially offer security as a service, with costs in terms of defense spending, defense industrial ties, trade flows that need to be adjusted, etc. It's sort of like a Chinese social credit system, but for allies, where they are valued on what they actually bring to the table. Harris would offer something closer to this original deal between the EU and the US, but an updated one, focused more on competition in a multipolar order where the US needs support in its relation with China rather than Soviet and Russia, of course. So these are the kind of what to expect from the election. But I think it's equally important to point out what really doesn't change, no matter if Trump or Kamala Harris wins the election. And these are the kind of the long structural realities of American politics that's going to hit us and affect Europe as an actor. And the first one is that the US is increasingly focused on China. We can discuss to what extent we are entering into a bipolar system or a multipolar system. It doesn't really matter. The main rival is China. This is clearly pointed out in US strategy from both parties, earlier and current administration. There's a big bipartisan support for this perspective, that the China challenge is like the pacing challenge. It is what US needs to focus on. And of course, from the perspective of China, this is just normal. If you look back like 2,000 years, for 1,800 years of those 2,000, China or sometimes India would be the largest economy. So for them, this kind of 200 years of Western states in different combinations being the largest economy, the driving forces of globalization and trade is just a very short pause in their history. But of course, for us, it will matter, and for the US will matter. It will be China first for decades to come. Second, the US will continue to tilt towards the Indo-Pacific region. This is a region that holds about half of world population, about half of world GDP, and I think around 70% of global trade and growth. And essentially, you could say that the Indo-Pacific today is what Europe was during the Cold War. It was the place to be. It was the kind of the price of competition. It was the allies you wanted to have on your side. So everything we were used to being in the last round of kind of strategic rivalry, the Indo-Pacific is today, and we just need to accept that as Europeans, even if it might make us slightly more humble. And then finally, the US will use trade and technology flows of semiconductors, investments, quantum computing, etc., as a way to kind of win this great power rivalry. We are right now in a process of parallel and simultaneous technological developments. Quant AI, artificial intelligence, biotech, for example, it's very difficult to see what one of these technologies will imply for our societies. It's even more difficult to see the combination effects. But what we do know is that the states and China and the US in particular, they bet on this, that this is the key to future power. So they will promote their own technology, they will protect their technology, and any American president will want the Europeans or any of its allies to actually be on board and help them to protect their technology, to promote it, to make sure China doesn't get hold of it. And this is also something that will dominate American politics, whatever the election result. So just to sum up, what will this imply for Europe? Both the kind of short-term and more the long-term trends. Well, first I think it's reasonable to think that we will in Europe have a geographical concentration of interest and responsibilities. Europe will be like the first and quite often the only responder when something will happen, like today with Russia and Ukraine. We can't really expect or think that in the longer future someone else will help us with that. We need to be able to manage and take a leading role in providing security in our own region. If we look at Ukraine, that's a military commitment, but it's also a financial commitment. I think that the total cost this spring was estimated in Ukraine of just destruction about 500 billion euros, and the Draghi report talked about costs for Europe about 800 millions, I think, billions for just for Europe's needs. So you just see the figures here, enormous sums. It's hard to see that anyone else than the Europeans will have to do the heavy lifting on this. And of course, this implies that we need a stronger European pillar in NATO, but also that the EU really needs to be a facilitator of this more kind of geopolitical region. Something that has already started. I think it's quite tremendous that a union that started to coordinate coal and steel to kind of avoid geopolitical posturing is now controlling coal and steel in order to further our production of military hardware. So quite a big change in EU strategic culture, but that needs to continue, I think. Second is that economic security is a policy field that would only grow in importance. Considering that great power rivalry and will take its place will play out in the area of finance, tech and trade, we need to accept that more states want to protect these flows, want to promote their own capacity, whether it is about semiconductors or critical rare earth minerals, etc. So we will see more of export controls, investment screening, perhaps someday outbound investment screening, research security. How should we secure our research when we enter into cooperation with, for example, authoritarian states? At the same time, of course, Europe has a great interest in staying open, being open to trade, open to innovation, open to exports, of course. And I think that there's a connection here between the first and the second point. The more we can take care of our own region in kind of geopolitical terms and provide for our own security, the more say we will have when it comes to formulating economic security policies that work towards our own interest. If we can't take responsibility for our own security, we most likely will end up having someone else's economic policy when it comes to security, that is, being very loyal to US interests in this field. And then finally, I think that these developments really call for some changes in the EU. I have a hard time seeing that the EU can respond to these crises, to these needs, without moving in pretty kind of radical steps forward. On the other hand, especially with enlargement, possibly the future entrance of Ukraine, it's hard to see that everyone will be on board. So I think we will see a more kind of multi-speed Europe evolving from this rivalry, where we will have a stronger core. Just look at the euro, for example, and ambitions with the new von der Leyen Commission, how they speak about using the common currency as a foreign policy tool. It's also in the Draghi report. That will increase the centrality of the euro cooperation when it's injected with this kind of geopolitical logic. And of course, it will affect us who are not part of this. The costs of not being there will increase. But we most likely a more of a multi-speed Europe will evolve. So to conclude, the US election takes place at a time with both current politics and deeper structural changes will demand a new kind of grand bargain between the US and the EU. And essentially, the better we do our homework, the more we can provide in that bargain, the better deal we will get. So thank you. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Some water while I'm listening.
Wonderful. Thank you. This was really interesting. I'd like to talk a little bit more, Björn, about Kamala Harris. The thing we think we know about Donald Trump is that he's unpredictable. But then at the same time, we know quite a few things. We've seen him in action. About Kamala Harris, we don't know that much, or rather, how much do we know? How will she act? What do you think? Will she be more of Biden administration, or does she have a plan of her own?
I think she has a plan of her own. I think we've seen some of her action. If we talk about foreign policy, she's actually been pretty engaged. She's been in Europe several times, in Ukraine. So I think on the big kind of portfolios, like deterring Russia, helping Ukraine, she has a similar position as Biden. On the other hand, the general focus of the US is shifting. There is less acceptance for the spending that it implies. So we've already seen the change during, well, now the last year of Biden. And I think that change could continue, but not because Kamala actually wants something differently, just that the internal political factors in the US are changing. And then I do believe that she has slightly more ambitious goals when it comes to how to kind of rebuild America internally. And she might also have a very different starting position if, just for example, the US trust in its kind of bridging institutions, the courts, the political system, media, for example, everything we count on to kind of hold the very different parts in the US together is extremely low, and it's getting lower by the day. So I think the US will need much more policies to actually bring Americans together, and that's usually quite costly. So I think there's a reason to believe that she will be slightly more internally focused than, for example, Biden. And then she's a different generation, and more Obama-like, I would say.
But this might be a good thing for us to make America great again in a different way than Trump means, to get it together again, or?
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, for me, it's pretty clear that Europe has much to gain from a Kamala Harris win. But what we need to do in that case is really to lock in some of the kind of cooperative benefits. We tried to do that with Biden. You remember, like, it was only even before he came into power, the European institutions had sent out these invites, like, these are all the things we want to work on together. Everyone was super eager to get to work with the Biden administration. But if we should be a little bit self-critical, after these years, did we really achieve that much? Of course, we had the COVID and we had the war in Ukraine, and I think the coordination around the war has probably been the most successful area. But if we look at the TTC, the Trade and Technology Council, what we managed to achieve during a few years with the most Europe-friendly president like ever, Biden, is actually rather modest. So if we have the chance to do this again and try to lock in like some benefits in the cooperation between the US and the EU, we need to be much more ambitious and probably move faster.
We got a bigger NATO.
What?
The NATO enlargement,
yes,
is really what will the history of Biden, the making of Biden, right?
Yes, that will be part of his legacy. Although, I mean, others were involved as well. Turkey, for example.
And Hungary.
Yes.
In the end. True, so true. You know, while you were up on the stage, we got the news flash about Jessica Roswall.
Oh.
I don't know.
No, I'm...
You don't, because you use paper. She is suggested to become the commissioner for environment, water, and a competitive circular economy, I think this would be translated as. Is that good? What's your reaction? Were you hoping for more? Different?
I didn't really think, for different reasons, that Sweden would get one of the really heavy-hitting posts.
Explain.
Well, I mean, it's clear it's just so much competition around these posts. There's so many kind of a multi-level game that von der Leyen needs to play, and I can't really see that pleasing the Swedes is really at her biggest problem. She has a lot of problems.
She has.
Sweden is not one of them.
Yeah. The drama.
Unfortunately, that means that we won't really be prioritized. But I haven't seen the details. I don't know. Maybe it's a.
I haven't seen the details either. This was the news flash. Yeah. Some drama yesterday.
Yes.
What happened really? Thierry Breton, he just.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here anymore. And the thing is that Ursula von der Leyen kind of did not want him to be here anymore.
No, I think
anyone but him.
I think it was a drama with kind of mutual distrust. I'm not that sure that Macron actually wanted Breton to be there either.
Okay.
So maybe.
What's your take on that?
Well, he's been a pretty difficult. I mean, Breton has been amazing or like interesting to follow for the stuff that I study, like the build-up of Europe as an actor, as a military actor, the defense industry perspective, EU ambitions in space, and of course the internal market. He's been an extremely driving factor in this case, but he's also been pretty reckless in managing the transatlantic relations. Like he likes to tweet.
He does.
Yes, and I think that's been quite an annoyance for Ursula von der Leyen, and of course he also speculated in the case that she didn't have even the support of her own party group some months ago. So, and I think it's been difficult for Macron as well to manage this. So maybe this was the best solution for everyone.
So, and the solution being.
He leaving.
He leaving and
posting his empty portrait and
what can we say about Stéphane Séjourné?
I think he's a loyalist. He's very much tied to Macron's agenda, I guess.
Less drama?
Less drama, I would expect, yes.
Oh, that's
boring.
That's
too bad, yeah.
For us in the media, Breton was...
Like drama.
Yeah, well, it was interesting with Thierry Breton. We have some questions from the audience. Please post us more. This one is a good one. How is the EU going to get the rest of the world to follow the directives?
Our directives?
The EU directives.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this has been stated as one of the big kind of success stories of the EU, the Brussels effect, the tendency of others, whether it's in the global south or the state of California, or indeed companies that start adopting EU regulations or standards or way of thinking about like GDPR, for example. I think the problem of this concept of the Brussels effect, that we will have that influence of the world, is that traditionally it's been resting on our market power. Because people want to trade with us, we're a huge market, big consumer base, etc. The less attractive we are as a market, the less power we will have over others, the choices of others. So I think this really has something to do with the Draghi report, for example. If we don't manage to become a more competitive economic actor and really fix our internal market, we will see less and less of this Brussels effect. And when it comes to regulation, it's just not enough to be the kind of the sheriff. You need to be a player as well to have influence. And when it comes to artificial intelligence, unfortunately, we don't have as much to bring to the table. That goes for essentially all of these critical technologies that China and the US are fighting about. We are not at the top of that list, and that will affect our ability in the future to be this kind of regulatory superpower.
So this really important asset of EU, the soft power, we are losing
I think we need to work hard at least to keep it. I mean, GDPR, for example, it was a way to manage the rights of our citizen base, of citizens, and we have a lot of those. We don't have as many kind of artificial intelligence unicorns, etc. So we are not as strong in the future regulatory environment as in the past, unfortunately.
And back to the Commission. What do you expect from Kaja Kallas in the next European Commission in terms of European foreign policy position? What will be her top priorities?
Well, her top priority is, of course, support to Ukraine and kind of the build-up of a European security order, which is a big task. I mean, she's very ambitious. She's an interesting choice. What works against her is, I think, the willingness of European states to actually get on board. We've seen Germany trying to do the Zeitenwende and failed. They're still pretty much at the same strategic position as where they started. We see many European states that are less keen to actually continue to support Ukraine in the same way we've done. So she will have an uphill battle. I hope she succeeds, but we'll see. It's also interesting that was, I mean, for long that was one of the really top posts in the Commission, and now you don't perhaps see it as really as central as before. It could have to do with have something to do with the way Borrell has managed this portfolio, but also the general. I mean, much of the Commission always wanted the Commission has always wanted to go into kind of high politics, foreign policy, defense, etc. But what's been really successful is the Commission's position in this kind of the economic security agenda, where the Commission really has a mandate. In foreign policy, it's a double-hatted position, Council and the Commission, but there's simply less to do for a Commissioner in this area. So what do I expect? She's going to try hard. I hope she will succeed, but it will be difficult.
At the same time, she is a very different kind of person than Josep Borrell.
Yes,
has been.
Very much so.
Very much so.
Less philosophy and more
a doer.
Doer, yes.
A multi-speed EU, please explain, in what area does it not undermine the European unity and credibility in deterrence?
Well, I mean, to some extent, we already have a multi-speed Europe in the sense that we are closing our borders sometimes. We have the euro as a manifestation of this. We have internal security cooperation within Europe. We have our Nordefco. We have a little alliance between France and Greece. We have minilateral groupings where we cooperate tighter. We have this PESCO project, if you're an EU nerd, like projects where you cooperate around specific industrial aspects of security cooperation between a few states and commercial entities. So we already have layers of deeper integration existing in the Union today. I just think that this will most likely be much more evident, and especially if we were to accept Ukraine into the EU finally, which I hope we will do, that will do something with the financial flows within current members, and I can't really see everyone just accepting that they will start, even countries that mostly receive money today will start giving money in the future. So for that to work, Europe will be more divided, and perhaps that's the French idea. The French, they've always wanted this sort of core periphery divide in Europe. They've been pretty skeptical to enlargement for this reason.
France being the core.
And now they saw that, well, maybe turning and accepting Ukraine is a perfect vehicle to actually reach their preferred outcome of a slightly more hierarchical union with a core and a periphery.
And yes, I know that it's 11 o'clock and you're longing for your coffee, but a short one. Who are the individuals, back to the States, who are the individuals to watch in the Harris campaign, other than Phil Gordon, her current FB advisor, that we should look to for signs of Harris administration's foreign policy, Harris's administration's foreign policy?
Well, interesting. I don't have any specific names. I'm going to watch how her national security team is developing, and especially if we will see some sort of change in relation to how the rivalry with China will be managed. I mean, we see Jake Sullivan has established this concept of a small garden and a high fence, meaning that it's a very small part of our economy that we really want to defend from kind of trade and interaction with China, but we will defend it, the high fence, we will defend it vigorously. And this hasn't really worked. The garden is growing by the day. There's more and more areas that they don't want to trade with China, and they expect their allies, the Netherlands, Japan, etc., to be within the fence. This policy might be tweaked, I think, under Kamala Harris, and I think that will be shown depending on who she picks to run this kind of economic security policy vis-a-vis China. So that's what I'm going to look for, at least.
And a last one. Since we are in Lund and we are near a border with the border control since ages, 2015, how do you see the spread, I think this is Germany, the spread of border controls in Central European countries? What happens to the Union when we get more border controls?
Well, I mean, I think that this is, of course, problematic. I mean, that's the way. When I started studying European affairs, the idea of the Union as something that opens border was like very central to the very core idea of being the EU, what you started, we are EU. This is a counter movement that is quite difficult, I think, to handle from an EU perspective. The sentiment or the idea that we need to take care of it is nothing new. I mean, for example, the Germans they were instrumental in establishing Europol, police corporation, as a counterweight to the free flow within the internal market. So states have always tried to kind of balance this free flows and more control and policing the effects of these flows, but at least initially they did it together in common systems, Europol, Schengen, etc. And now we see a renationalization of this kind of policy, and I think that's quite problematic. Yeah. I would like to end with some positive note, but then you ask the questions.
Find one.
I think, like, if we do, regardless of whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump winning, I think if we look back at least last time with the US election, when Trump came into power, this released a lot of energy in the European project, and actually Brexit did as well. We need to find a new kind of momentum, and I think this will happen again. So it's really an interesting time to be the EU, but also to study the EU.
A good challenge for the EU. Ladies and gentlemen, Björn Fagerström.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for clever, interesting questions. There are quite a few that we didn't have time to get an answer to. But now it's time for coffee break in the exhibition. And you'll be back at 11:30 in Amphi. Please, just a second. The dual phases of digitalization, opportunities and security challenges. And here in the concert hall, post-election analysis, how European were the European Parliament elections. Be back at 11:30, please. I know it's 29. Maria looked so surprised.
Mine is not so exact.
Welcome back. How European were the European Parliament elections? That's an interesting topic. In June, the citizens of all member states had the opportunity to choose their representatives for the 5 next years for our parliament. The European Parliament elections, that's the world's only direct elections to a supranational parliament and the world's second largest democracy elections. But still, the overall turnout is not impressive. The voter turnout for the entire European Union was 51.05%, and that's the highest turnout since 1994, a slight increase from 2019. And the voter turnout in Sweden was a bit better, but 53.3%. That's not really impressive, is it? And that's a decrease from the 2019 elections. So it is, however, often claimed that, in effect, the elections are made up of 27 national elections with different issues, debates and logics at play. And let's look into that and the particular democratic challenges for the Union, together with a wonderful panel, Julie Hassing-Nielsen, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Lund University, Alexander Ryan, Postdoctoral Fellow, Department of Political Science in Lund, and from Lund University, Center for European Studies, Deputy Director Maria Strömvik. So, Julie, let's start with this general picture. Give us your 3 key takeaways from the June elections.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for inviting me as well. I do have 3 keys takeaways from the European Parliament election, but I also would like to start by setting the stage, comparing to the 2019 European elections to the current circumstances we have in 2024, because it might only be 5 years in the calendar, but it was like light years away we had the latest European Parliament election in terms of political crisis. So in 2019, nobody talks about worldwide pandemics. We've never experienced that before. And nobody talked about geopolitical invasions like in the old-fashioned way, as we saw in February 2022, when Russia aggressively went into Ukraine. So that context really needs to be remembered, I think, when we are talking about the European Parliament election 2024, because it is dramatically altered. The context in which the election takes place has been dramatically altered.
Does this mean that the EU as such, the Union as such,
yes,
changed during
I think
5
so,
years?
because remember in 2019, nobody would ever discuss enlargement, for example. We were also fatigued by the enlargement. We had the whole Brexit discussions, and we were like, since the enlargement with Croatia in 2013, nobody really opened those kinds of debates. Whereas now, enlargement is a huge package that we discussed in the 2024 election, right? The raison d'etre, the very sort of core of what the European Union stands for, has sort of been reinvented in the light of those crises I just mentioned. So I think before providing some key takeaways from the actual election results, I think we really have to think about the European election as being something dramatically different from other elections, because we have these global European circumstances that have changed. So to go back to the 3 takeaways, if I am to take one major takeaway from this election is, I'm not going to say the right-wing decrease in votes first. I'm going to say the European People Party, the conservative group in the European Parliament, has actually been strengthened. And when I'm saying that, I'm not only looking at the actual group, I'm also thinking about the prominent prime ministers, the numbers of prime ministers in the EPP group that are currently in the European Council as well. So overall, across the different institutions in the EU, the EPP stands very strong. Who's the Commission now? Who's leading the Commission now? That's also an EPP candidate, Ursula von der Leyen. So we have, I calculated that this morning, I think roughly 40% of prime ministers in the 27 member states that are belonging to the EPP group. So I would say not only has the EPP group increased slightly in seats in the European Parliament, its overall powers across the different institutions has also increased. And I think that's very salient when it comes to agenda setting, as well as pushing forward the enlargement of Ukraine and climate legislation and so forth. Then the second takeaway would be that we all discussed it in April and May, that this would definitely be the time where the liberal right, the populist right, those very right-wing groups you saw in different shapes in all 27 member states, will be a consolidated strong bloc in the European Parliament. Now, it's very heterogeneous across the different member states, but my overall conclusion is, and I think most people agree when they look at it at the polls, is that this didn't happen, right? We didn't have this right-wing populist takeover of the European Parliament that many people anticipated late in May, right, just before the election. So that has not happened. And what I also want to highlight is that this group of, although they did have an overall increase on the average of the 27 member states, the group is very heterogeneous. And the only thing that ties the liberal rights together is some sort of anti-immigration and some sort of Euroscepticism, but already there, it's very vaguely defined. So it's not a coherent bloc at all. And it's not as strongly represented as we expected it to be. And then I think the third takeaway will be that, to some extent, also that is very heterogeneous across countries. We did see a Green and a Liberal defeat. Defeat is a strong word because it's not as defeatist as you can be in national election, but those two groups are standing weaker in the current parliament than they used to do in the 2019 parliament. And there I think we will see that the EPP will look at different in different ways in order to it will become a more volatile parliament, so to speak, in order to get a majority. So they are weaker groups. They're not completely outnumbered, obviously, but they're still weaker than they used to be, right? So you'll see some kind of volatile constellation. Although the big coalition, the big constellation of coalition in the European Parliament consisting of the Conservative, the Social Democrats, and the Renew or ALDE group, that still maintains. But it has become more volatile due to the increase of the popular right and also the decrease of the Green and the Liberals.
But before the elections, there was this fear that, or this worry that the Parliament might be, unable to function after. But your message is that we still have this grand coalition. It stands, so the Parliament will
be more volatile in the sense, be more flexible.
Yeah.
And as you can see also for those of you that followed the campaign, at a certain point when the right wing looked like they would really, the ECR group, which is a right wing group, but not as radical as other right wing groups, they were looking very well in the polls. Then Ursula von der Leyen started to reach out to them, right? And I think that's what you will see. You'll see some kind of movement also from the EPP group and from other parties moving towards reaching out a bit more than you've seen in the 2019 Parliament.
Thank you. Maria Strömvik, I know you have looked into these elections. I don't know if you are ready, if your report is ready, but please tell us about the findings so far.
Well, I did try to study a little bit the claim that you started with here. And I tried in the spring, together with a colleague in Umeå, Magnus Blomgren, to see if we could follow the TV debate, the national debates in the various member states, to see if this claim was correct.
Are there TV debates in every member state?
It turned out that a few of them did not really have any, but most of them had. But it was actually quite difficult to to
So
find.
it's very different in different countries. How?
Yes, it was quite different.
Okay.
And also, of course, we had a language problem because we can, of course, not just sit down ourselves and listen to the debate on Slovenian national TV or Greek.
There's always AI.
There's always AI, but we weren't sure if we did to trust the verbal translations. But of course, being at a university like this means that we have a fantastic international university with fantastic international students. So we lined up students that had as their mother tongue a bunch of languages. So we covered 18 out of the 27 member states. We were not able to find students from all of them. And we asked them to be TV viewers. And we asked them to sit down, listen, and we gave them a form to fill in. And one of the questions we asked them were this: is it a purely national debate? Is it a popularity contest for the national government? Or is the debate actually covering all these broad, big European issues that Björn Fagersten was pointing out in the previous session, that the parliament is going to be part of deciding? Were we actually going to vote for parliamentarians who were going to make these decisions, or did we vote for something else that is a national?
And may I just interrupt you and ask, Sweden, what was the debate in Sweden about Swedish in
Can
home
I come
affairs?
back to that?
Oh, yes.
Is it okay?
You may, absolutely.
If I dodge it for now, because what we wanted to do was we wanted to see from this, and we only covered the TV debates, meaning that there might have been a lot of other issues that were big that just were not captured by the TV debates. So this is not a full picture of whatever was the national debates, but it's a picture of the TV debates.
A glimpse.
A glimpse of the TV debates. And then we wanted to see, could we place Sweden, among others, on sort of, not necessarily a scale, but a group of countries? Could we find the group of countries where they pretty much only spoke about national things, where they didn't really cover at all what was going on at the EU level? Could we then sort of organize them in a sort of, I don't know, rising order to those who seem to mostly actually talk about the broad European issues? And so we tried to place Sweden just as one of the many states. And in whatever, these are just preliminary results, I should say. We are not finished with the analysis yet. We needed some holiday, and then the semester started here. But we actually managed to somehow put them in 4 broad groups, and I think some of these states may move once we do a little bit of deeper looking into the debates. But for now,
4 groups.
I can tell you that we have 4 groups, and Sweden is somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
But in the group, let's see where we should start. The group with that really seemed to be primarily national. All of them, of course, to some extent touched upon also European issues, but here's where it seemed generally to be a fairly national affair. And those were Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Poland, and Spain. Out of the ones we had, those seemed to be the most national ones. Examples of issues that came up there quite a lot prominently in the TV debates were, for instance, the cost of living and high prices and inflation, which of course could have been connected to European economy, but which were covered mostly as if they were national affairs. And like in Ireland, where, for instance, Irish neutrality was discussed quite a lot, but not, of course, that's also not something that's necessarily an EU issue. In the next group, where we had still a lot of mostly national affairs, but a bit more European also affairs in the national debate. We had Austria, Bulgaria, Croatia, France, Portugal, and possibly Sweden. I'm really debating if Sweden should maybe go in the next group, but pretty much. And
but there you did not have these language issues.
No, we did not have the language issue for Sweden, but the students who watched the other ones didn't have a problem with theirs. So, but issues that we heard quite a lot in the Swedish TV debates had to do, for instance, with nuclear energy, which could or could not be a European issue. We had, of course, climate change in general, we had migration, and we had EU foreign policy in Ukraine and Gaza. Those were issues that came up in the TV debates in Sweden that were partly European, but mostly had to do with not so much what the Swedish political parties wanted the EU to do, but rather how they reacted to what was done in the EU.
As far as I remember, the moderates wanted this nuclear energy question to be about Europe. That was their main issue during the election time.
It's possible. I actually don't dare to say if I remember that. But
okay.
I'm sure you're right about that. Next group, which were mostly seemingly European, but also bordering to to the national. We had Denmark, Finland, Germany, Netherlands. Yeah, and Netherlands. Those were the group that seemed at least a bit more European, where Sweden might have ended up also. And then in the last group that really seemed to be genuinely like a European affair, at least judging again from the TV debates, we had Belgium, Cyprus and Latvia.
So one of the one old founding member, and Latvia being one of the youngest member states. Yeah. That's interesting, though.
Very interesting. But also interesting is that they are all quite small. None of them are the biggest states.
Thank you. Alexander?
Can I just add one point to your discussion? Yeah, just my anecdotal interpretation of following the debates in Sweden is, I mean, the issues of the parties that the parties would cooperate with and the party groups in the EU was a fairly salient topic during the campaign, I would say. And also, you know, the immigration pact and the Green Deal and some other issues at the EU level. But also a follow-up on that, the European Barometer is a survey of attitudes in all of the EU countries. And just also an anecdotal thing from there is that when people are asked what topics should be prioritized at the national and the EU level, at least in Sweden, shortly before the election, they prioritize differently. So they would say that at the EU, maybe fighting climate change and supporting Ukraine is the most important issues. And at the national level, they would prioritize more national issues.
Like migration?
Yeah, like migration and fighting crime, for example, at the national level. But the EU level, they instead picked, people tended to pick Ukraine or climate change, for example.
So both migration and fighting crime could be EU issues, right? The things being done together. One from the audience, I'll give it to you, Alexander. How do we reconcile the far right's major gains in recent German state elections in Thüringen and Saxony and soon Brandenburg with the European Parliament electoral results? Or any of you? Yeah, Alexander.
I mean, in Germany, the Alternative for Germany performed well. So in that sense, it's in line with the EU elections, and they performed well in 2019 as well. And in Germany, the Alternative for Germany, their election results differed a lot depending on whether you're talking about the West Germany or East Germany. So I mean, I think their vote share in East Germany in the EU elections were much higher than in West Germany. So in that sense, I think it's in line with the EU election to a large extent.
Let's talk about the EU elections and right-wing populists. They were dressed for success. But how did they perform? Before the elections, we were all talking about the right-wing popular parties taking over. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually quite interesting because it was, as I also talked about before, and I think Maria also touched upon it, as a very heterogeneous effect at the EU with different sort of cleavages, and one of them being small countries versus major countries. And one of the things, now I talked a bit down the victory of the right wing, but really you can also look at it from another point of perspective, saying the two biggest countries in the EU, the engine of the EU being Germany and France, the right wing had a landslide victory. And it's only like 2 months ago that the President Macron called for election because of that. Right. So we've seen a movement in the core pro-EU countries, right, the engine of Europe, that has moved very much in an anti-EU direction. And I was quite stunned to follow the campaign and see how many scandals the Alternative for Deutschland could actually have. And they would still get such a great election results, right? They were even thrown out of their own group. So in that case, I think really that is the great movement when it comes to the far right. And then I think exactly what you talked about, the different topics, you see very much in the northern countries and also in the that is the northern countryside, the smaller EU countries, that the focus was not so much on immigration. And I think that had a huge impact of how well the populist right did.
I think this question suits you here. Is it better to have far-right nationalists inside the ruling coalition and accountable for their hateful rhetoric, or better to cut them out of the corridors of parliamentary power? This goes for national and EU level too. Anyone?
That's political
Alexander?
psychology, I would say, to some extent.
I mean, depends on what you want.
Yeah, it depends what better means, but I mean, I would say in the EU election, at least, you could see, for example, if you look at the success of far-right parties in the Nordic countries compared with some continental European countries like France and Germany, the countries where they were in government, they performed worse than when they were in the countries where they were in opposition and could draw on, I mean, economic grievances dating back to the inflation and. I mean, going back to the Eurobarometer survey, a lot of people in these countries, France and Germany, they mentioned their economic situation and inflation as topics that they thought was most important. So far-right parties could draw on that and criticize the current government in those countries. But you can see they performed well in the Nordic countries could be related to the fact that they're either in government in Finland or they are supporting the current government in Sweden. So. I mean, it probably affects the results in an EU election at least. Yeah.
Julie,
yeah,
you agree?
I agree. Yeah, and I think, I mean, obviously, it's a question about psychology, really. I mean, if you have a bad boy in the class and you really don't agree with the person's behavior and attitude, is it better to leave him outside, or is it better to try to include the person? Right? To some extent, that's the same kind of logic, right? What I kind of stumbled upon, I thought was interesting facts, was the fact that many of those very anti-EU immigrant parties, and that goes for all of Europe, they're rarely present. When they're elected, they're rarely present. I mean, it was presented in Denmark, for example, that the mandate the Danish Folk Party had the previous 5 years in the 2019 European Parliament election, he was gone above, I think it was 60 or 65% of the times. He didn't even attend the meetings. And that is a tendency you see across the countries. And I wonder, I mean, we all know attendance is power, right? So if you want to promote your policy, you have to be attendant. And there I see some weird kind of, and it seemed like the voters in Denmark didn't care, even if those numbers were put out. So there seems to be some sort of anti-movement establishment in those parties that doesn't really materialize into sitting there and actually trying to change things. Now I'm broadly speaking.
Maria.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a sort of second aspect to this, and that is that we had, like Julie said, a lot of preoccupation ahead of the elections with how how many more votes or how much bigger are the right-wing parties going to be. So that was already a lot of the discussions. But what seems to have come in some countries, although I haven't, again, looked into this in detail yet, but that we didn't talk so much about in Sweden, is the pro-Russian far-right parties.
Mm-hmm.
So
the Patriots now.
Yeah, in different countries they seem to have...
I mean, those being in the Patriots group now in Parliament.
Those thinking that Putin is a nice guy.
Yeah.
And in different national settings, these have different names, of course. But that seems to have actually generated a lot of debate in some countries, while in other countries it didn't necessarily be one of the biggest issues. But it came into as a second aspect of this far-right idea, but also now the sort of the pro-Putin parties.
And that's really, when you take all the right-wing parties today, this is the big difference between them, pro-Russia and the others.
Yeah. There are many differences, and that's also what I try to highlight. But in academia, we talk about hard Euroscepticism, wanting to leave, like Brexit, right? And soft Euroscepticism, where the Nordic countries tend to not participate in the social dimension, but would like the economic cooperation of the EU. And I mean, those parties are so different in their way of viewing that. To what extent they're hard Eurosceptics, and to what extent they're soft Eurosceptic, and in what case they're soft Eurosceptic, that I really, really see a platform that is very vague, connecting them.
Talking of differences, is the split in far-right parliamentary groupings in the European Parliament, that is ID, ESN, Patriots for Europe, etc., good or bad for European unity? Does it affect European unity at all, do you think? Anyone? Julie?
Well, again, I think it's a fairly political question. It depends on what you want with European unity. In a sense, if I think what you've seen now is an attempt to try to consolidate some of the cleavages amongst the right-wing parties, but without any sort of, as I see it now, any sort of clear view of where the different groups are heading. Unity, that's a tough one. I would say that there's still, I don't think it's so much depending on the groupings as much as the different parties, national parties' attitudes toward the EU that might eventually impact the vision of unity.
Maria, building on your point of view, one more of these questions. Pro-Putin parliamentarians, how serious is the threat of malicious actors in the European Parliament, especially for espionage and European intelligence agencies?
Good question, and I wish I had a good answer to that.
Does anyone have one?
I might jump in because I had kind of had two hats. I also ran for European Parliament. I didn't get in, but I ran for European Parliament. So I managed to see some of the information you do get. It's scary stuff. I would say I was pessimistic about how far the Russians actually are in manipulating in all sort of ways, and I didn't get comfort by reading those numbers, I can say that, and what the intelligence could see. Obviously I didn't have access to the core intelligence, right, but we were briefed about what to avoid and what to pay attention to, and what overall was done at the European level in order to target the attempts to influence the parliament election. It's
a bit scary.
It was more scary than I thought it would be, but I started out being pessimistic, and I won't sort of scare people, but it's advanced, I would say.
Let's move to a more general level. Alexander, the support for the EU in general, how has that changed over time in different countries? Do you have a take on it?
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, although there are differences between countries, generally the support for EU has grown according to the surveys I've read. At least they were high recently. I mean, they've fluctuated depending on whether the climate is set so that, for example, during the Euro crisis, it of course dipped a lot, but right now maybe there's been a climate that's more favorable to EU, where they can show that they can contribute a lot when it comes to fighting the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and people see the need for a supranational organization. So, but I would say, like, generally the support for EU, at least in Sweden, it's increased a lot, and in Finland, according to European Social Survey data. So, and I think also at the party level, in a lot of, generally, I would say that maybe the really Eurosceptic parties have toned down their Euroscepticism a bit, and so I would generally maybe say that, but I'm not completely sure. Just my sense.
But your feeling is that it is getting stronger. The support for the union is getting stronger, hence the union as such.
Definitely in Sweden, and according to European Social Survey data, which is surveys of people in Finland, people have become more positive towards the EU and further EU enlargement. Also, I think the pan-European surveys close to the elections have mentioned that the support was at a high level. So. But I don't know. I mean, definitely there are differences between countries, but at least for Sweden and in the Nordic region, I would say that seems to be the case.
I mentioned the voter turnout earlier, and that's not impressive. Should we lower the voting age for the European Parliament? Get people more engaged, I guess the question is. Would it be a good idea, Julie?
I think as it currently stands right now, you have the voting age that is the national voting age, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's one of those things that would be, I mean, obviously, again, it's a political discussion to what extent you would incorporate that in the EU, but I think it could potentially be messy if you start to mess around with it and try to coordinate it at the EU level, because it is one of those national sovereignty issues that might be very core to people and people care a lot about and might not want to transfer to the EU level, because that would mean, for example, if you have 18 as a national voting age, and if the EU all of a sudden imposed a 16 years voting age for European Parliament election, that could create some clashes at the national level.
But if we let us rephrase it, it's not something decided in the EU, but what would happen if the member countries were to lower the voting age by themselves? Would the result be different?
Again, that's very heterogeneous. I mean, the Swedish youth is quite interesting to watch politically, right? There are certain tendencies you see in the younger generations you might not see in the older generations. So in that sense, I think, I mean, those tendencies might, you know, be pushed further or grow, so to speak, or be better represented is a better way of putting it, if you increase the voting age to with the youth generation as well. And the same thing goes for other countries as well, depending on to what extent there is a discrepancy between preferences for amongst the younger cohort and preferences amongst the older cohort.
Maria, what do you think?
Yeah, I actually don't know if it would change that. I agree with Julie. I'm not sure if the solution would be to have an EU-wide age for voting. But what I think is quite worrying, and I have not seen figures for any other countries than Sweden, and I can't remember exactly the Swedish figures, but I think it's worrying that if you look at those who had the right to vote, any EU citizen, that among the younger generations, those in Sweden who are over 18, there are fewer votes than those who are maybe 40 or 50 years now. So the younger generation, there's a lot of those who could vote for the first time who just choose not to vote.
Okay.
And I think that's a larger proportion now than it was 10 years ago. And I think that is a little bit worrying, that those who are grown up as EU citizens, there's something wrong, we do something wrong in our systems. That means that results in
What was that?
I don't know what we do wrong. I have no idea. I would tend to blame ourselves in universities and schools, but something definitely is wrong when there are more 40 or 50-year-olds that go vote for the European Parliament election than it is the younger people.
What's the issue that European voters grossly underestimate the importance and influence of the European Parliament about? I read it too slowly, didn't I? What's the issue that European voters grossly underestimate the importance and influence of the European Parliament about? One that affects our day-to-day lives.
I mean, there are many, I think, but protection of the consumers would actually be one of them that would be on top of my mind. Now the discussion is the contemporary discussion. That's a lot about Temu. I think it's called this Chinese platform that are overthrowing the European markets with no protection whatsoever of the European consumers. And I think currently in Denmark we have this agency in government that take up random firms and their products and test to what extent they have some chemicals in them that are not allowed at the EU level. And 9 out of 10 of the products coming from there were full of crap. Let's say it, right? And this is also toys, right? And things to our children and people we really care about and want to protect. So I think a task for the European Union is obviously to still protect us from these kind of things, but that's again a political priority, right? But I think sometimes we're not fully aware of how much the EU has actually done so far in protecting the consumers, for example, in this direction.
Alexander?
Yeah, on the top of my head, I would say first generally that I mean a large share of the legislation at the national level originates at the EU level. But for a more specific issue, I would say climate and environmental policy. If you're thinking about the carbon trading scheme at the EU level and the emission targets set up for all of the countries at the EU level, basically that it regulates a lot of the at least the targets for emissions, which most are probably aware of, but still that was the first thing on the top of my head.
Maria?
Yeah, I was also thinking the Green Deal and the whole that is going to be implemented now, and which has also clear municipal connection, right? So even if we just sit here in Lund, it's going to affect our way with garbage disposal. It's going to affect, we're talking now about buildings with energy efficiency and things like that. Those kind of everyday lives are of course also part of what the Parliament has decided on. But I think it's also important to remember that it's not only the Parliament. The Parliament certainly has many more powers than we think about in general, since we talk so little about what the Parliament is doing. But it's co-deciding with the Council. And who is the Council? We've also elected the Council, right, indirectly. So when we elected our Swedish government indirectly through the Swedish parliamentary elections, we also elected our legislator in the Council. And we talk a little bit about European affairs when we elect the Parliament, the European Parliament. But in the Swedish national elections, and I'm assuming the same in Denmark, there's pretty much no discussions when we are electing the other legislator, who is the Council. So we are electing both of them. And in one of them we talk acceptably, maybe at best, about European affairs. In the other one, we don't talk about it at all. And you're saying, whose fault is this? I would say, again, it's back to the political parties. To some extent, you could maybe say media is also not always as good as it could be on sort of pulling these things up.
We try, we do our best.
I know you do your best, but still, we all could do better, right, in terms of actually explaining this, because there are so many big decisions. I think this question was reflecting that. There's a lot of big decisions that we don't really realize, that we elected both of the legislators, and we just didn't talk about it when we elected them.
That's actually, okay, if I might jump in and take what you're talking about now, because we did enter into having an interesting discussion in the Danish debate at the European Parliament when we are doing the whole campaign. And some people started to put forward, since the European election is now becoming so important, right? And we are at war, we have to make big decisions as well. Isn't it time that the European Parliament, we should make institutional changes so the European Parliament actually is capable of putting proposals like the national parliaments? And that might be one of the problems we have about the debate about European politics, that since they're incapable of doing that, the media, the journalists, are incapable of catching, you know, this big clash of debate, and now this proposal came from the European Parliament, and all these kinds of things you see constantly in national news. So I think institutional changes might also be something you see sporadically grow, in particular also in the light of the enlargement. That was a detour, but I got inspired by your comment.
Maria, you mentioned the Green Deal. Given the better success rates of far right in the elections, to what extent will they be able to shift the agenda setting for policy on the implementation acts of the new Green Deal?
I'm not sure I'm capable of answering it in general. It's going to be a huge amount of legislation that is not going to come out in the next few years. A lot of the implementation acts are already taken, but there's going to be more. And also it's going to be converted to a large degree into national legislation. So it's also going to be a lot of national decisions on sort of how to change national law.
Is it more on a national level now, would you say?
Is it more? I wouldn't dare to say. Okay. I should have had my colleague Jörgen Hettner here. He would have been able to say more precisely. So I don't dare to say actually how much it is, but it's going to be in the next few years. We're going to see in so many areas it's going to be touched by the whole implementation of the Green Deal. And so that's going to depend again then of course in various countries to some extent on the situation with the maybe sometimes a bit climate skeptic, far right, but also to some extent in the Parliament. But back to the question about their influence on the Parliament. So far, as long as the other big party groups are in agreement, the far right in the European Parliament is not really going to be able to stop it, provided that the others are in agreement.
Back to the elections and our dear neighbor Denmark. Julie, did you see any difference during the elections between Denmark and Sweden, or obviously you did, but what were the differences?
Yeah, I mean, I saw similarities and I saw differences, but if we talk overall speaking, then the Green Party in Denmark did extremely well. The Socialist Folk Party, it's called. It's not only green, it's also socialist, right? It's currently not in government. It's an opposition that helps getting success in the European Parliament, but they did extremely well. And became the biggest party in this election in Denmark. Obviously, you also had a lot of green discussion in Sweden as well, but it was the Social Democrats that came in first. So in that sense, I actually
saw... But the Greens had a much better results in this than the national election.
Exactly, and it shows discrepancy, exactly what Maria talked about earlier. It shows discrepancy of what is actually on the agenda in the different countries when it comes to European politics, where it seems like we're similar. It has been green politics and climate politics and Green Deal and all these kinds of things we discussed, and that was not so much the thing in some of the Mediterranean countries, right, that focused on different issues. So there were similarities. There were, now I'm talking about similarities because I think they're also actually quite interesting, the decrease of the radical right, which goes, I think, or not the decrease, but the less success than we expected the radical right to have, right, in the parliament election. And I think that very much goes hand in hand with the focus on the climate issues and the environmental issues. When you have your data, you can prove it, but that would be my assumption, that since we had this thematic focus, the climate anti-climate party, which the Danish Folk Party still is, although it's moving gradually to become aware of climate changes, but it's definitely not their area. They suffered, obviously, because we had this focus.
Would you agree, Maria? Does this sound familiar to you? The similarities?
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't able to follow as much as I would have wanted the Danish side, but one totally difference that I heard people say, and now I've heard people say completely different things about this, which had not to do with the issues in themselves, but about when the election campaigns actually started to show in society. And my impression was that in Denmark, you saw it earlier, that it was time for, you know, a couple of months, maybe even ahead, or at least 6 weeks ahead. You saw that now it is, so now we have these European elections coming up. While in Sweden, it was my impression it was later, it was only a few weeks. So it was sort of a shorter span where we talked a lot about the European Parliament elections in Sweden than Denmark. And I've had this impression, but I spoke to another person here who has been trying to study this and who says that she thinks it might have been the opposite. So I don't know if this was also a difference. But I think also that in some countries it would be interesting to see and hear from other countries also to what extent was the elections just something that popped up in a weekend. Oh, it's an election going on. And to what extent did people have time to, you know, reflect and hear different opinions and to go think about it for a while. And but I don't know the answer to it. But I think that might have been.
I don't know about Denmark, Julie, but in Sweden it has been said that June is not a good time to have European elections, because in June we think of other things like summer. Is it the same in Denmark?
Yeah, last time we tied the national elections up to the European election, and that helped with voter turnout. I would expect that to be the rationale for doing it. It is true. I mean, June is not so good, although early June people are still at work, right? It would be worse if it was late June or July, even, right? So I don't think that is the reason why we had, and that is also common between those two countries, right? We had such a low voter turnout vis-a-vis if you compare to the national elections. I unfortunately still think that it's because it's not salient enough, and the debate might start too late, and we might not be good enough to sell the European issue in the electorate. There might be many things at stake, but I still think that it's what we call a second-order election, and that's a very good way of measuring that, is to see, in particular in countries where we normally have a very high voter turnout, like in Sweden and Denmark, that you see such a dramatic decrease when it comes to the European Parliament election.
You wanted to
yes, just to add one thing, and I think again there were in the European Parliament last year there were quite a few voices speaking about the possibility to change not the voting age but the voting day, to change so that all the countries would vote on the 9th of May, which is Europe Day, and I thought almost they would win. There was quite a lot of agreement of that, but not everyone agreed, and in the end. It went back
how do you think that would have been received in different countries? I mean, 9th of May is, sometimes it's on a Sunday, but normally it's not.
But there's nothing saying we need necessarily to always have our elections in Sweden on a Sunday.
We always have it.
No, but I think that would generate a bit more sort of commonality. So once media and others see that it starts in some countries, they would also feel
Okay.
we all know that it's going to be on the same day, and also
we were back to media now, were we?
Yes, we're back to the media, and also back to the media. Coming back to the length of the campaigns, when we tried to find TV debates in various countries, we noticed that there were some countries that started to have big debates on national TV already in March, although the elections were in June. And in Sweden we had it 3 days ahead of the elections on Swedish national TV. So I think that's also in France they had a few along the way. So I think that it would be interesting to see also if that affected the voter turnout, the time you have to reflect on the elections.
But my feeling was that there was more on the TV this time than last time, and going to Brussels during the spring as I did, I met lots of colleagues from television and radio, and that was new to me. They have not been that interested in these elections before. Now they were, and they were not only the debates, but there were news coming up and stuff during the spring. No? You don't have the same impression?
Yes, it was possibly more than before, but my impression is still that it was in a shorter time span.
Okay. You're probably right, since you looked into this.
I have not really measured the time, so I'm just guessing here.
Okay. So just to sum this up, the member states have on a different a variety. It's national, more or less national, the debate before the elections. There were some countries, 3 countries, where it was not. Is that a problem, a democratic problem, or not? This is a yes or no question almost. Alexander?
I would just want to add one speculation related to that. Like you can see in the EU election that the larger parties have lost vote shares if you go back to 2019 and 2014. It's a more fragmented party landscape. You can see at the national level that voters decide who they're going to vote for later. They have less of an attachment to specific parties. I think that could be something that could maybe lead voters to prioritize EU issues to a larger extent than national issues than before, maybe. I don't know how much of a difference it would make, but the fact that they maybe have less of an attachment to specific parties could maybe lead them to prioritize different issues. At least when you see it in the surveys that they actually differentiate between which issues are important in the EU and at the national level. So if they do that, maybe that could be something that could make the European elections slightly more European.
Thank you, Alexander. I leave us with that thought. Julie Hessing-Nielsen, Alexander Ryan, och Maria Strömvik. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And thank you all for quite a few questions, interesting questions. Keep posting them. Now it's time for lunch, and do be back in, let me check, 1:15, 13:15, here and in the amphi.
Okay. All right. Hope you had a nice lunch. I certainly did. And that you're ready to dive into this next panel. So just to say that I'm Jakob Tam. I work in the European External Action Service down in Brussels. So that's more or less like the EU's diplomatic service. I work on a team that is dealing specifically with this topic that we will be discussing in this panel. I just wanted to say a big thank you to the organizer for setting up this conference that deals with some of the hot topics, some of the main challenges that is facing the EU today. And of course, coming from Brussels, it's extra relevant and timely, since these will be the type of issues that the incoming and the new leadership of the European Union will be thinking about, what is keeping them awake at night. And I think many of these topics will very much shape the agenda of the EU in this coming mandate. So one of these challenges, one of these hot topics, is precisely on the panel that we have here today. So foreign information manipulation and interference. So I don't know actually how familiar you are with this topic. It's a bit of a mouthful if you take it all together. So I think we can go for the shortcut, which is FIMI. So we can talk about FIMI, so we don't have to say the whole thing. But I see there will be a panel on disinformation and elections happening right after this one. So I wanted to use that word disinformation to contrast a little bit with what we will be discussing in this one. So if you think about disinformation, which is this sort of spread of false or inaccurate information with the intention to mislead, to deceive. I mean, this is very much something that is on people's mind these days, on decision makers' minds, on policy makers' minds, and something that is extra relevant since we have so many elections being organized across the world in this year. We just had, of course, the European elections down in Brussels, organized by our 27 member states. So now think about disinformation as a foreign policy tool. So an instrument that is being sort of systematically and deliberately deployed by some governments, but also some non-state actors to attain specific strategic aims. So that can be sort of political or direct political goals. If you think about Russia's ongoing disinformation campaigns here in Europe, these are very much about undermining the public support in the EU for the support to Ukraine. They can be indirect or long-term ones, such as destabilizing democratic societies, disinformation that is used to undermine trust in reliable media, to question the credibility of our democratic institutions. So disinformation as a foreign policy tool. But then consider that disinformation, or this intentional spread of false messages, is actually only part of the problem. And actually behind these messages there is a whole sort of system, a whole machinery, a range of ways that is being deployed by some foreign governments that attempts to manipulate and interfere in our information space, in our public debates, in the news that we consume. I mean, television, radio, on our telephone screens, and so on. And then we arrive at the topic of this panel: foreign information manipulation and interference. So what we're not talking about is this sort of odd fake tweet or the isolated deep fake, but actually entire sort of information influence operations that are highly funded. They're coordinated, manipulative in character, and they're done with a very specific intention to attain these type of political goals, and in some instances to harm our democratic societies. So the focus here is not so much on the what, on the sort of disinformation narratives that you might see out there, but rather on the how. What these actors are actually doing, how they're deploying these type of narratives in the information space, how they're interfering in the information space, and of course who is behind. There is a Nobel Prize winner called Maria Ressa, and she's actually put this in quite a good metaphor. So if you think about disinformation as the bullet, it's what you see, it's what hurts, but there is a weapon behind. There is a weapon that generates, disseminates, fabricates, spreads this type of disinformation, and there is someone pulling the trigger, always. So this is very much the focus of this panel, this weaponization of the information, the gun. And quite a complex phenomena, but we're lucky to have these guys standing next to me, which have spent a lot of time on working and reflecting on these issues. So we have Magnus Christiansson, who's assistant professor at the Swedish Defense University. He's been teaching at the Swedish Defense College and the Swedish Defense University, and he has also served as Secretary General of the Swedish Atlantic Council. And he has written a lot about this, several publications, including an award-winning book called The Defense Transformation in Sweden, and I think now concluding another book on the path of Finland and Sweden to NATO membership. And we have Björn Palmertz, and he works at as a senior advisor at the Psychological Defense Research Institute right here in Lund University. A long career, 2 decades, worked on many different issues that relate to countering hybrid threats. I think they're the Swedish Armed Forces, the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, and interestingly, he's also had quite a long background in the private sector, working with a number of quite renowned company on marketing and communication, and also written on this topic, different books. And we have Martina Smedberg, who also works here at Lund University at the Psychological Defense Research Institute. Very interesting career indeed, that again straddles this sort of academic government and sort of business world, and she has a long career she has a long background as a career diplomat with the Swedish Foreign Ministry, and she has also been the global head of press at the multinational corporation IKEA. And of course we have all of you here today, and we'd like to hear from you. We have an app. You see there, I think it's called the Menticom. You can go into that website. There is a code, and you can put your questions there, and please do. And we will ask our distinguished panelists here. So that is pretty much it. So I would like to start with you, Magnus. So I made a little bit of a sort of academic intro to this. So I was hoping that you could bring some sort of life and color into all of this. You know, what does this threat actually look like in reality? What is the sort of the threat landscape there, and what does it mean for us? Why is it important?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me here. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let us first ask the question, why now? Why do we discuss this now? After all, we already know, this is the proverb we all know, that the truth is the first victim in a conflict, in a war. And we also know that the sort of the fundamental language of propaganda that was established during the First World War and the Second World War. And furthermore, everything that we see, almost everything conceptually that we see from the Russian government right now has been done before. It was done during the Cold War. It was part of the KGB playbook, and which is not strange because the country is run by a KGB officer. And furthermore, I would say that to manipulate information in order to reach strategic aims is not something that is reversed for the other ones. We are doing it as well. So why do we talk about this now? The plot thickens. Now, my answer to this is twofold. The first aspect here is that the West has an open information environment. And I will come back to that question, that issue in just a few seconds. And the second part of this is that the regional powers, predominantly Russia, China and Iran, they regard this as a comparative advantage because they do not have open information environments. They have closed information environments. And as warfare and conflict is always driven by these asymmetries, I think this is pushed a discussion about different concepts into a world that just a few years ago were completely preoccupied discussing the effects of globalization and openness and free flows. So now we're sort of entering a situation where the openness of the free world suddenly becomes a problematic aspect. Now, what are the characteristics of this open information environment? I mean, to paraphrase Marshall McLuhan, the information environment is the message. It is the information environment in itself. And this is what makes it so complicated to do something about it, because it's an integral part of what we believe are our open societies. Now, a mobile phone. Mobile phones dominates our social world. It is the first thing we see in the morning when we get up. Most people actually bring them into where they sleep. So it's the first thing you see when you wake up, and it's the last thing you see before you sleep. And in between that, we use the mobile phone to do everything, to every conceivable human need. Transportation, information, entertainment, sex, dating, everything. A mobile phone, ladies and gentlemen, is not a tool. A mobile phone is a lifestyle. And if you're depending in your life on a mobile phone, you are, per definition in the West, depending on tech giants. And tech giants are in themselves manipulative. They manipulate information. They have algorithms sorting and for their different purposes, they sort information, which means that we already from the beginning live, once we open the mobile phone, we live in a manipulated information world. They are editors, but they don't act like editors. And unlike propaganda, propaganda is centralizing and taking control of a message that you can spread through controlled channels. This is something that the tech giants do not have. So they have their own agenda, they have manipulation, but they don't have the ability for propaganda. Now, this means that we live in an ever shifting, fluid flow of snippets, of memes, of images, of videos. And one can actually identify this as information items, in the sense that we messages that say something about the world. And we are constantly bombarded by information items, thousands. And they have different claims about our social reality, about the world. And so I believe that there is a tendency here that this constant bombardment means that we approach some kind of information stress, in the sense that we know as individuals that we cannot always make a distinction of what is right and what is wrong in this flow of information, which means that there is a tendency not to ask questions about whether it is true or whether it's false, which is a natural protection mechanism. So the big problem here is that we live in an information environment where truth becomes a burden, where truth is no longer requested, and truth ultimately is not important anymore. And I believe I was watching the presidential debate, and I think that's, as a political scientist, I think it's fair to say that you can say just about anything in a presidential debate in the United States today, and you will still have millions of Americans that really sort of tag along, because the truth behind these statements are not important anymore. And so what are the dangers with this? Of course, there are a number of tactical problems here. Different state actors that actually spread conspiracy theories, unfavorable messages about states and so forth. That's on a tactical level. But if I'm to focus on a strategic level here, well, if there is no truth, there's really no point in acting. The problem with a post-truth society is, of course, that we get apathy, we get frustration, political frustration, and resentment. Not social movements. A social movement is a leader, a program, and a number of followers. And that is not what we see. We see sort of different forms of groupings and frustration and resentments and apathy. So I believe that what the West, the global West, is facing with this open information environment are a number of actors that try to exploit the fact that the West is living in an open information environment. And as I think Petr Pomerantsev, a British journalist, made a very good point in saying that democracy is a form of communication. And one of the most important, on a strategic level, one of the most important antidotes for this threat is to encourage and to stimulate and to uphold agency, that it matters. Because if agency matters, then the future also matters. We will not be stuck in retrospective stories about how great things were in the 50s and 60s. So ultimately, this is then a complex task because it's an ontological task. Some things are true and some things are false, and as long as we uphold that, I think we stand a chance of dealing with this threat. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. So quite a complex picture there that you are painting, where we are living in quite a saturated information environment. We feel overwhelmed many times. And at the same time, you have certain actors that are exploiting the vulnerabilities of an open information space. And in a sort of post-truth type of reality, it's important then that we try to re-establish what is actually true and to re-find our agency in all of that. So with that, I mean, I'd like to turn to you, Björn. So it's quite clear that we're dealing with a complex and multifaceted type of phenomena threat here, and that will require a number of different type of responses. No real silver bullet here. And I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, with your experience both from government, from the research world, and in the private sector, how do you think, big question, that we as societies can come together to respond to this challenge?
Yeah, that's a big question. But I'll try to make a clear example for one specific sector that hopefully illustrates some of the challenges with this. Connecting back to what Magnus mentioned, FIMI employs a wide range of methodologies and tools, but they all benefit from the tremendous amount of freely available data and how we expose our friend networks, occupational networks, etc., that make it possible from a distance to learn a lot about the information environment within an alliance or within a certain nation state. With the speed, reach, and opportunities for anonymities in today's communication environment, it's also easy to engage or disrupt actors in that environment without revealing your identity or true motivations. The debate and institutional roles in Western societies often separate areas such as kinetic abilities, cybersecurity, influence-related capabilities, and intelligence aspects. But in reality, Russia and other capable offensive actors, as we've seen very clearly in the last 10-15 years, employ a mix of these to gain an overarching strategic effect in our societies. FIMI is not only solved by a single super entity within a nation, for example, but a breadth of societal capabilities that depend and get customized on how the threat manifests itself. One of the underlying aspects of the inherent breadth in the term interference within the FIMI concept. FIMI and hybrid threats, for example, are complex in the sense that they can potentially target a wide range of societal vulnerabilities by means that may not lend themselves to easy detection. They're also multifaceted, potentially combining several different resources at the threat actor's disposal into one strategy for a maximum combined effect. They are also dynamic, implying that they can be adjusted, tailored, and delivered to target audiences and targeting specific vulnerabilities at specific points in time, but also easily can be redesigned and redeployed if changes occur. So resilience against these threats therefore needs to be designed and implemented at all levels of society. And this is a true challenge, because when faced with this broad spectrum of threats, it costs organizations, whether governmental, non-governmental organizations, private sector companies, in roles in collaboration networks that they many times have not been exposed to for a rather long time. and suddenly security becomes an integral part of your activities, even if you're an infrastructure company, construction company, if you are an NGO focusing on peace-related issues or children's-related issues. So to illustrate some of the challenges then with this kind of reality, I will focus on one of the central capabilities, and that is that of the intelligence community, an occupational field that has undergone considerable changes, not in small part due to the opportunities and challenges offered by digital means. Today, it's not only a state matter handled by specific, rather secret agencies and core government functions, but also includes, for example, non-governmental organizations and volunteer networks, as well as cybersecurity and threat intelligence companies. I think MasterCard's purchase of Recorded Future, one of the world's largest threat intelligence companies, just a few days ago, illustrates how tremendously large corporations realize the need to integrate threat intelligence capabilities within their offering and also for their own needs. So, three challenges here. One is identifying and analyzing threats and generating warning intelligence, which requires a much more inclusive and interactive approach than has traditionally been the case. Inclusive in that an intelligence product must be designed in a way that allows them to be disseminated and communicated to a much wider audience than traditionally, to raise awareness, encourage preparation in sectors that risk being targeted by FIMI activities, but do not belong to the traditional consumer base of intelligence, which traditionally has been rather slim. Government offices, maybe a few very specific other agencies, maybe a few key capabilities within society. But now we're looking at very large portions of society that could become targeted and then come to represent the country in some way, and therefore being targeted by foreign entities. We saw this clearly during the pandemic, for example, when medical companies suddenly were cast in a geopolitical light and a geopolitical struggle in a very different way than a normal company would focus. Therefore, it's also interactive, given the potential for substantial input to the intelligence gathering process that can be offered by non-government actors. The traditional sources for an intelligence agency, a state intelligence agency, for example, doesn't cover enough of potential things that could come up within the hybrid threats environment, which could involve someone trying to influence a very specific part of the research community. And if you're not a researcher, you'll have a hard time separating what's the normal image of that research conference and who has a really weird CV, which doesn't fit in, or weird messaging. Second, the aggregation and communication of intelligence denotes a choke point in the interaction between the intelligence community and key societal actors. Aggregated analysis is required in order to produce the best possible assessment of the issue in focus or to answer relevant requests for information, since this involves so many different threat vectors. Tailored dissemination is required in order to target the particular needs and requirements of recipient organizations. Since countermeasures against hybrid threats can potentially involve a wide range of societal actors, many of which are not included in the conventional intelligence consumer base, dissemination may also require adaptation to the recipient's specific characteristics and context, or it will not be understood or deemed important. And third, and finally, the reception and absorption of intelligence among key societal actors denotes a process of implementation whereby new intelligence broadly feeds into a whole-of-society approach to devise responses to identified and anticipated hybrid threats and FIMI activities. The intelligence community requires feedback from societal actors on their needs and requirements, as well as incident reporting in order to enhance its ability to identify these threats and produce better analyses. It can also help to improve knowledge of the societal actors and hence future tailored dissemination. Yet this reciprocal process rarely functions optimally today. Time constraints, institutional stovepipes, and occupationally cultural discrepancies frequently present barriers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Interesting. So as this sort of the threat expands and affects different sectors in our society and constantly evolves, we need to rethink a little bit the way that we are addressing this. I mean, this is no longer, as you were said, the sort of the world of the spies and the trench coats and the spooks, but this is something that we need to tackle together to get a better understanding of what the threat looks like, to create linkages between the different parts of societies that can provide a contribution to this, and ultimately to look as a society how this can shape our responses. Martina, I know that Sweden has come quite a long way in terms of approaching the FIMI type of phenomena, the FIMI threat, and setting up structures, for example, at government level, trying to draw out the sort of whole of government approach, the whole of society approach that Björn was talking about. So we talked quite a bit about government and academia, and I would be interested, given your experience from the private sector as well, I mean, how do you see it and how has that played out in the Swedish context?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I will really narrow this down based on the perspectives that you just heard, but I will specifically zoom in on Swedish multinational corporations, known as the Swedish image of Sweden in the eyes of the public. And I will refer to FIMI and disinformation interchangeably. Looking at the national level, the notion of disinformation targeting Sweden is well recognized in national policies, implying both public and private actors. In April of this year, the Swedish government introduced a new trade policy and followed by a national security policy only 2 months later. While both policies clearly acknowledges the challenges posed by disinformation, the trade policy concludes that the world's perception of Sweden is crucial for the nation's economic prosperity. And the security policy concludes that the societal resilience requires financial stability in order to secure social welfare, all constituting vital building blocks for the nation's security. Okay, so let's look at the entry point of that equation, the image of the nation. Few countries as the size of Sweden have acquired as much attention to its national image. While the perception of Sweden abroad has served both public and private sectors very well for decades, the increasing landscape of disinformation is increasingly challenging the business actors. A recent study by the Swedish Institute found that in conjunction with the public burnings of the Quran in Sweden and with the very heated debates that followed, many Swedish companies operating in nations across Asia and in the Middle East, they either distanced themselves from their Swedish identity or publicly condemned the perceived lack of action by the Swedish government. The most extensive disinformation campaign against Sweden, it's the Care of Young Persons Special Provisions Act, commonly known as the LVU campaign. While its impact on business, it's impossible to assess, but I can tell you about certain actions that were required needed. In several markets, my former employer, the home furniture IKEA, they redirected time and resources to train their staff to explain both the law and its enactments to concerned customers, who thereby would probably remain loyal customers. Indirectly related to the image of Sweden, as also Björn mentioned, during the COVID-19 pandemic, AstraZeneca became the very symbol of a highly polarized debate on vaccination. The company found itself in a whirlpool of reactions far beyond its previous experience and capacity. These are just a few recent developments where business actors are increasingly confronted with complex entanglements to societal vulnerabilities fueled by disinformation. And note, the business actors aren't primarily confronted because of what they do, but because they symbolize and embody the values of Western democratic societies. Business actors may not be the direct target, but they become the intermediate link for antagonists seeking to undermine the democratic societies. And, at the end of the day, striking the core of the policies of trade and national security. So from that, let's look what the companies are doing and saying. Swedish multinational corporations allocate substantial resources, as also Björn mentioned, to strengthen their capabilities in areas like cybersecurity, intelligence gathering, corporate communication. However, these capabilities are often developed by people from diverse fields of expertise. They are developed at different times. They are not seldomly reflecting different perceptions and processes and cultures of the very same company. And they reflect different perceptions of the company's external operating landscape. Well, perhaps not surprisingly, but there's a frequent lack of coherence across these capabilities. When having a conversation on disinformation with business representatives, irrespective of their expertise or their position in the company, that conversation rapidly shifts from disinformation to fake news. Well, fake news gained prominence during Brexit and the US presidential election in 2016. According to business research, it's defined as a deliberate attempt to mislead the public and stakeholders, often for financial gain or to harm a brand. What distinguishes fake news is the intentional design to deceive, as it mimics the appearance of traditional news formats. It is often posing an immediate threat. In contrast, disinformation is more diffuse. It's spread across multiple channels beyond what is perceived traditional media, and it targets everyone, and at the same time no one in particular, as it hits the society in its entirety. When asking a company how they address fake news, you are presented with an array of actions. But when explicitly asking them, what do you do to address disinformation, the typical response is, we don't do anything. It is generally not perceived as their responsibility. To conclude, corporate actors are increasingly forced into a new communicative context, not primarily because what they do, but for what they represent. In addition to addressing fake news, they need to recognize and strengthen their preparedness for the long-term impact of disinformation. Many representatives of the public sector harbor an unfounded belief that the private sector hold the key to efficient communication and thereby, by default, possess the key and the know-how to combat disinformation. Well, apology for ruining somebody's conviction in this room, but things are not that simple. Public and private actors must establish a shared comprehension of disinformation. They face the same communicative reality and become targets of the same threats, albeit for different consequences and motives. And this shared comprehension is part of contributing to a common grand solution for societal resilience as the foundation for a democratic and secure society. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Super interesting. So we see then how, I mean, with this sort of case study, the example of some of the Swedish multinational corporations, we see how their image is very much linked to the sort of the image, the symbols, the perception of the West in the outside world, and therefore they can be the target and attacks of these type of attacks. thanks also for making the point there on the need for a shared understanding of what actually is the problem that we are addressing. Unless we have a shared understanding of what it is, it will be very difficult to come up with these shared type of responses that Björn was talking about. But I'd like to turn to you now. We have a number of interesting questions here, so let me start by this one. So, being the EU days, so which should be the key priorities for the new European Commission in order to tackle FIMI at European level? Big one. So here you have your chance to pass messages to EU decision makers, to sort of put grains in the brains of this incoming leadership. I don't know if you have something to add on that.
Before this debate, we were distributed a report sort of outlining a toolbox really to identify and to deal with and to categorize different forms of, as I said previously, news items and information items. I think that's part of of an antidote. But the problem with whole of government approach, whole of society approach, is that an open society is not per definition not something that you direct. So one can here, of course, talk about culture, something that we have as individuals, something that is widespread. But of course, from a political point of view, it's about building resilience for the institutions in society that actually makes up our open society. We can see the elections now in Germany, a large part due to a failure to integrate Eastern Germany into the old West Germany. That's exactly the kind of task you have, because down the line you will end up having sort of a weak spot to be used by foreign manipulation of information. And my point is here also that the stronger the stronger the society, the narrower part of the toolbox is available for Russia and China. So in the Balkans, weak states actually make it possible for the Russians to attempt to do coup d'états. It's part of the options for, and we have elections coming up in Moldova. Watch out! So there's a huge buffet of different tools for the Russians because the Balkans has not a strong democracy tradition. The Russians are not trying to do a coup d'état in Stockholm. So in reducing, the stronger the society, we're reducing the toolbox and the projection, what the Russians are trying to achieve with the different forms and other actors that try to influence and manipulate the information environment in Sweden.
Could I just follow up on that same topic with you, Magnus? So when we talk about a strong society and when we're discussing this, what does that actually mean?
Well, I mean, there are democracy indexes, which provides a number of which splits up democracy into a number of issues. So it's freedom of expression, freedom of the press, low corruption, etc. So Freedom House would actually be a very good way of trying to find out what kind of toolbox is available here for an aggressor.
Thank you. So the stronger sort of the democratic values, institutions and processes, the stronger resilience of society.
But that's, I mean, it's more easily said than done, of course.
Thank you. Martina, so if you would pass a message now to the top echelons of the EU in terms of tackling this threat, what would it be?
I conclude that the issue is not that easy to gain a common perception of FIMI and, I mean, first of all, democratic values. So, needing to take that into account, I would ask the EU Commission to combine the capabilities, and I refer back to what I talked about, the private sector. A lot of things have been done, but it's done at different times and different expertise and with different perceptions. There needs to be a combination of it all. And as by coincidence, standing here representing Lund University, I think we need more money for research. But I'm happy to say that our research is the Research Institute for Psychological Defense. We are lucky enough to have a lot of EU money through a FEMI Horizon project, which started in February of this year. So we will look into a lot of what we talked about in terms of toolboxes and so forth. But more money is needed, and particularly to ensure that we get an interdisciplinary approach. Because if I consult business research, it talks about fake news and nothing about disinformation, just as an example.
Okay, now thanks a lot for that. So combine our capabilities, team up, and of course we need to bring the research world closer as well, making sure that they're properly funded, building up our sort of knowledge on this topic. Björn, I'd like to sort of bring it back a little bit to your discussion. There's another question here that I think is a little bit along the sort of the whole of government, whole of society approach again. So, so in the context of these ongoing Russian disinformation campaigns in relation to the war of aggression against Ukraine, so how do you think that the EU as institutions and the member states can work closer together? What do we have in place? Is there more to do?
Yeah, there's a lot more to do. I think the challenge with an area becoming so... I mean, when I entered this field in 2003 and did my first course in these related areas, it was weird. It was not represented, you know, in any kind of broad environment. And then after 2014 and the annexation of Crimea on behalf of Russia, when they really showed their hand, that showed the confusion on part of the West in the late response and the vulnerabilities. And then also it showed kind of how real a threat, the precursors of hybrid threats and other things can be, and also if war breaks out, the increased challenges when suddenly someone is utilizing a tremendous amount of tools at the same time. For example, using offensive cyber attacks against energy infrastructure, etc. So that is one thing. A boring thing I think is really important, because you've grown your capability quite rapidly at the EU institutions during the last few years. Sometimes it's worth just stepping back a millimeter and, what does the carpenter say? Think first and measure 3 times before you cut, right? So what is an alliance really good at doing in terms of identifying, analyzing, and countering? And for certain things, maybe not the alliance in itself, but maybe the support for nation states, especially to limit vulnerabilities. Because in this case, it's not a communication problem. It's a societal vulnerability problem. And you have to tackle real societal vulnerabilities, whether it be groups of society not feeling represented in the political system, economic tough times for certain parts of society, different type of polarization between groups that find it easy to throw things at each other instead of talking about the issues. This is the history of mankind. So trying to deal with those issues is a very important part in reducing those vulnerabilities that Magnus talked about earlier.
Yeah, may I just another thing for the Commission. Now, I believe that it's dangerous to think that there is a holy grail somewhere where you have untainted, fresh, pure information. That's not possible, and I would actually. The danger is here that there is a mimicry in all conflicts. There's a mimicry here between the combatants that they start to look like each other and imitate each other. So there is, on contrary, there's now a risk that we're taking so many steps away from an open society to a more closed society. I mean, one example here in Sweden is the Quran burnings, where there's now legislation on the table to actually reduce freedom of expression, which is an enormous step for Sweden. So that would definitely be my recommendation, not to go down that path. And ultimately, this will always be complicated issues, because an open society is integral to what we're trying to protect. It's that very thing that is that outside forces are trying to manipulate. Mm-hmm. Now, just one example: Sweden just signed a deal with the United States, Sweden and Finland, together with the Nordic countries, about defense cooperation with the United States. So we're now, the Nordic countries are united by the United States. What if we have some kind of Edward Snowden type who goes underground? He's wanted by the US government, and there's a tremendous pressure on the Swedish government to get him to the United States. So here we have sort of Swedish core values about freedom of expression and whistleblowing, and on the other hand, national security issues. It's just one of the many nightmares that we're facing in this, where there is no easy solution.
No, thanks a lot for making that point, Magnus. So I think, the message is that, whatever actions and tools, instruments put into place, this needs to be in full compliance with and in full alignment with what defines us as a democratic society. The full adherence to freedom of expression, fundamental rights and freedom. That's what makes us different from the adversaries. And going down the line where you sort of play the same game will ultimately also undermine the very state of our societies. I see we have just I think a couple of minutes left, but I see there's a lot of interest on one topic. So I'd just like to raise that one before we finish off this panel, and that's a little bit bringing all this discussion into the sort of the realities on the ground, and in particular the Palestine and Israel conflict. So I don't know if you have any reflections that you can share with the audience on the role of these type of information influence operations in that specific conflict.
I'm looking at you.
So I'm the one with the operational experience that gets to deal with that. In a wartime situation and really hot conflict that has such a complex history as the one we're witnessing in Israel, Palestine, and many other involved countries that go far back, you will have, of course, when you're looking at that information environment that comes out of there, you have to use a pretty hefty filter when looking at everything. And you have to be really it kind of employs, when you try to understand the world in this topic, from a state perspective, for example, because things can come here pretty rapidly, or things can involve you as a country pretty rapidly, or you have groups of your population that has a background in certain regions all over the world. So it matters to you. You have to really be culturally get cultural understanding, and that speaks to, in advance, get proper networks of researchers, operational people with a wide variety of skill sets, so you can customize and get together people in a room that understand, and you get a mixed team, so that you can shine a light on a bunch of different aspects at the same time. Because otherwise it becomes very difficult to get anywhere close to the truth in such a very complex environment, where parties are in the midst of it at the same time as regular people many times get caught in between very extreme positions that we see in full-blown conflicts.
Thanks a lot, Magnus. I think
just a short one. The Israel-Palestine conflict is, of course, divisive in itself, even before the Gaza war. But I believe that the primary effect of what started on October 7th was not made in order to make information manipulation in the West. I think that's the rifts and the discussions and the political debates and the tensions in our societies. If there was an intention, I think they're collateral damage. That's an unintentional effect. However, it's very conceivable that what happened after the October 7th, actually, part of the effects of that actually was to create a rift in the Israeli society, because what we see now is really deep divisions within Israel, that might be an effect, a strategic effect.
Thank you. I think with that we will need to close this panel. Of course, the intention here is just to give you guys a little bit of an appetizer on what this quite complex field means. Have some sort of ideas there as well to see how you can do from your, different places where you are in terms of looking at this, being aware of it, understand it, understand, some of these sort of responses that that can be taken. And I really want to and thanks, by the way, for sending those messages and the question made there back to Brussels, notes taken. We will, of course, convey those messages. So I just wanted to give a real warm applause to our panelists for guiding us through this discussion, and thanks to all of you for participating in this. And I think I should say as well that there is another fika awaiting you outside, so you can get a little bit of refreshment and sort of warm up your brains for the next session. So thanks a lot.
Right. Most welcome to this panel, The Battle for Truth, Addressing Disinformation in the European Union Election Coverage. My name is Andreas Örnefors. I lead a project at For You Media Institute at Linnaeus University. We are working to train Swedish journalists against the pitfalls and dangers of foreign manipulation interference, and in techniques to raise the capability to check and verify information online, basically. My project is called Faktajouren in Swedish, so the fact-checking desk or the fact desk. I have an academic background as an historian of ideas, and have been working on radicalization conspiracy theories. With me today on this panel, I have Emma Ricknell, lecturer, associate professor in political sciences at Linnaeus University, and as of yesterday, head of department of political studies at Linnaeus. Yes, most welcome here. We have also, and it's a wrong order, but the second person who will present something will be Saman Nazari, who's a lead analyst and counter-disinformation network coordinator at Alliance for Europe. And what that is, he will extensively explain a little bit later. And last but not least, we have also Siri Bugge Christiansen, who works as a fact-checker and a journalist at Logically Fact, an international fact-checking company. Those of you who went to the panel before, that gave us a perfect frame for what we are going to talk about here, is that disinformation poses one of the greatest threats to the formation of public opinion, and in particular in the context of elections. When complex political ideas and concepts are discussed and are at stake. And ahead of the European parliamentary elections in June 2024, a number of initiatives were launched across Europe to monitor and counter false narratives and challenge wrong claims in public space. But what are the lessons learned from these initiatives, and did they show any effect? And can these methods be applied to secure other crucial elections in Europe, such as we heard before in Moldova or in Georgia later this autumn? And of course, the big question, the most contested of them all, the US presidential elections. So what have you learned from the EU elections, and how can this apply to the other elections that we still have within the super election year of 2024? So we want to address these questions with a focus on countermeasures and interventions, also in the light of the EU legislation that has been briefly mentioned, not so much touched upon: Digital Services Act, Digital Market Acts, and AI Act. But I guess this is a topic that we can safely push over to next year, when we hope that the Digital Services Act will become more implemented, and we can actually talk about what does that mean for societies and the information landscape today. But let me start with my thematic introduction to this panel. Basically, one could say in a very drastic way that we have two different versions of what Europe is today. Either we celebrate a Europe Day where we are hailing the values of an open society and democracy and inclusion, or we engage ourselves in militaristic fantasies about a more illiberal and authoritarian way of organizing European space. And last year, the Europe Day had the motto "Democracy in Action," and therefore I sarcastically put here "dictatorship in action" would be the other option that we are facing. This harsh dichotomy also plays out in national contexts. So we have, for instance, here from a Slovakian context, one of the presidential elections a couple of years ago, where the people, the electorate, is portrayed as being placed into an existential choice. Either the illiberal, natural, nationalistic order to the right, or the internationalist, globalist, European order to the left, where the European Union is described as a continuation of Nazi rule. And also this year the elections were depicted in the same way. One candidate depicted as the candidate for some kind of Soviet nostalgia and connections to Russia, and the other candidate as the superhero with the EU stars on his blue t-shirt. So this kind of division highlights the larger picture of how Europe is described and how different visions of Europe are described today and have been described over the last 10 years. And when I lecture for the journalists, I always say that when you fact check individual statements, it's frequently possible to make a connection between these claims that are made in public space and these larger narratives that are around. So the little is also represented in the large. It's almost some kind of metaphysical relationship that is going on there, and that we have to be aware of when we talk about that. So one example, when we had the Eurovision Song Contest here in Malmö in May, were we actually united by music or were we divided by disinformation? In the previous panel, very shortly, the issue of Israel and Palestine was addressed, and as you know, the Eurovision turned into a screen upon which all these issues were projected. And in Malmö, this European Song Festival, this Festival of European Unity, was arranged at the same time when there were demonstrations going on in the city, and that was, could have developed into much more than what it is, but at least as a projection screen of disinformation of all kinds. And this can happen in many other instances as well. So it doesn't matter if it is a Eurovision Song Contest or European election or elections in Moldova or in Georgia. These stories about what Europe is and could be and should be could play out everywhere, and they will play out most certainly in connection with the Moldovan election and the Georgian parliamentary election, that both have been described as existential to both countries. So frequently the storytelling is around hot button issues. I have a catalogue of these hot button issues here behind me, and I won't go that through with you, but that is one starting point when trying to unpack what these different narratives about Europe are about and what different claims are made about Europe in the public space. And we might be returning to them when we are talking about instances of information influence or fact checks that have been carried out, or the larger picture about Europe and political representation. Before the European elections, the European External Action Service published a report with what would be the likely threats ahead and during and after the European elections. I also will not go through all these threats in detail, but just show this map to you, like what's expected, what would happen a couple of months before, a month before, in the days in the run up to the elections, and even after the elections. Now today we learned we got the commission in place. That sounds interesting, and then of course now it will be super interesting to see what the new parliament says about the new commission. But what was the kind of outcome actually? How did it actually go? And that is what we want to discuss here today. Because there's one widespread analysis that says, oh, nothing major happened. The other story is things happened, but we could control it. And the third is, yes, things happened, we could control them, but they are still out there and in the woods and are waiting for the next occasion to come and haunt us. And by that, I would like to open this panel to interventions from my fellow panelists, and the order is that I want to have Emma Ricknell to say something about the European elections and what is at stake at the moment. Then we will move over to Saman and finally Siri. So Emma, please.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Thanks for the invite to be here today. So Andreas asked us to say a few words from our own perspective regarding this topic for this panel. And I'm going to start in a pretty positive way, actually, because we've come pretty far into the super election year of 2024, and the Earth is still spinning, right? We're still alive. Things are still working for us fairly well. Now, I wouldn't say that it's been smooth sailing all this period up until now. Maybe you're thinking about elections in, I don't know, Venezuela, for example, a bit of an acute problem. There are some elections that haven't been held yet, notably the United States and some others. But overall, we've seen elections have been held, and there's been transfer of power peacefully, and life kind of goes on. And so I think it's important to note that while democracy is being challenged from many angles, one of which we discuss here on this panel today, democratic institutions are continuing to maintain some form of stability, and for the most part, electoral integrity is being upheld. Now, with that said, at the beginning of this year, researchers also pointed to the fact that out of all these countries that are going to the election booths this year, depending on how you define this, but at least half of them are in some kind of state of democracy being challenged or even democratic decline. So while I gladly, as a political scientist, talk about elections and the electoral process and all these things, it's at the same time important to know that challenges to democracy do not, of course, only happen on a specific day or even a very limited time period around an election. These are things that are ongoing and simmer under the surface continuously all day, every day. And so we had an election for the European Parliament, and as Andreas said, the impression by some, and if you listen to what Brussels has been saying, is that things went pretty well. There were some threats, there were problems, but they were counted and beaten, and we move on, stronger than ever. There were no major information manipulation attempts detected, even though there was disinformation. And so I wait for my fellow panelists to comment on this as well. But what I would like to say that similarly to my perspective on the state of democracy and related to this, we still have to look underneath and kind of highlight which views and which values were given votes during the EU elections. And parties known to participate in the spreading of disinformation, particularly Russian disinformation, did gain seats in European countries during this in this election. In countries like Germany, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, France, to mention a few. And in some of these cases, parties from both the extreme left and the extreme right were elected and gained seats. And so now there can be many reasons as to why those parties were elected in those individual countries. But if you're in the business of trying to, via the spread of disinformation and other tactics, to spread chaos and sow distrust and create polarization in a European society, you're pretty happy with those results. And so the decision to vote for a particular party can be spontaneous for some people. It can happen quite quickly, kind of close to the election. But for many, and especially those who are maybe not politically active all the time, these things are actualized around the time of an election, but they take a little bit of time to form these opinions. And so let's not forget the kind of normalization of disinformation that occurs every day, all day as well, not just in the context of elections. That was my perspective.
Thank you, Emma. I will pass on to Saman, who has been involved in a couple of different initiatives during the elections. You have the presentation there as well, handily.
See. Get away.
We can make room for you so you can
Thank you.
Look more comfortably. Yes, Saman, you are involved in the Counter Disinformation Network. tell us about your collective action for democracy during the EU elections and what your organization has been doing and is planning to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Hey, thank you everyone for coming. Yeah, I'm going to try to keep this short because there's a lot to talk about. But quickly before I start with this, I would like to say that one of the key issues in measuring if actually something happened during the elections, and if there was any active attempts of manipulation against the elections, is that we don't really have an overview around what happened, nor do we have a proper way to measure impact. So we don't know of all the cases that might have happened of information manipulation, disinformation, and so on, and we don't know how to measure the impact of these things. With that said, I'm going to tell you about an initiative that we started in the beginning of May to try to protect the European elections against attacks, disinformation attacks, or phishing attacks, or foreign information manipulation, whatever you want to call it. So who are we? We're Alliance for Europe. We're a non-profit organization who brings together organizations and provide them with tools that they can use for collaboration. There we go. So a month before the European Parliament elections started, we got funded to create a network, a common community who could together work on analyzing, detecting, and countering disinformation. To convene this network, we created a very simple Slack workspace where we invited all the different researchers, journalists, fact-checkers, and academics to just gather together and be able to talk with each other. We created a very simple Word template where people could summarize their work and share it with others. And with those Word templates, we also created a system where, to be frank, a mailing list to a whole range of journalists and government institutions who could do something with our findings. With this very simple setup, we started doing research together and collaborating and actually trying to protect the European elections and fight for, actors who are trying to harm them. There we go. As a common language, and as something that held us together in this work was the Disarm framework. The Disarm framework is a common language that we can use to describe the different manipulative behaviors, the different manipulative tactics and techniques that are used by disinformers. We have a common language, a common word, a common description for when we claim that something is, an AI-generated image, or when something is, how do I describe it? Like something is, a bot or something like this. So it gives us the tools to easily exchange information instead of us all having different words for different things. And this already, I can also say, this Disarm framework has also been adopted by the EU and the European Commission, the EIS, and so on. It's adopted by the US government, but NATO, and a whole bunch of other international institutions. So we managed to get together 130 practitioners, 42 organizations, and together we wrote 28 incident reports. So 28 instances of some type of information manipulation happening. We have 2 more coming, and we've made a bunch of other things as well. We focused on the use of generative AI, finding that the voluntary commitments presented by the Commission to not use generative AI images during the elections was not upheld by the political parties. We detected large networks of coordinated inauthentic behavior networks, which are in common words called bots. So big networks of bots which were trying to engage with the European countries. We also saw that the platforms were on Meta specifically. We saw that there was a whole bunch of unlabeled political ads coming from disinformers, most of them from Russia. So ads which are political in nature, but because they aren't labeled as such, they don't need to reveal who is paying for it. There's a whole bunch of information not there. We also detected instances of Russians circumventing sanctions. So Russian media entities being accessible to European audiences despite them not supposed to be. And we found networks of pages who were targeting primarily France in this case, and trying to influence the French elections. The image there, by the way, is of the template. It's the same template that was used by a large portion of these organizations to summarize their cases and submit it to us. So how did we actually counter disinformation and information manipulation or influence operations? We collaborated a lot with government agencies. We have good relations with both the European Commission and different agencies around Europe. We collaborated with media for when we needed to communicate something and get something out there to the public ahead of an election, and also motivate actors such as platforms to take action. We were a part of the Code of Practice on disinformation, which is a voluntary code which gave us a direct line of communication with the platforms, so we could speak with the social media platforms and communicate with them about issues we saw. And one of the most important tools that we had was the Digital Services Act and the team in the European Commission who works with enforcing that act, which provided extensive amounts of evidence showing that the platforms were not actually upholding their responsibilities under that law. I don't think I have time to go through the cases.
Quickly.
Really quickly. I'm going to give you three examples of what we found. The Russian double gang or influence operation is quite a famous one by now. Basically, Russia has created a whole bunch of media entities who are mimicking different legitimate medias. They created websites basically who are mimicking Western media. Le Monde and larger ones. Luckily, I haven't really seen any Swedish examples, but in many other countries there are. And then they use a whole bunch of accounts on Twitter, but also Facebook, to spread these articles. And we made a collaboration with a total of 8 organizations to analyze how this network was targeting US, Germany, Poland, France, Italy, and Ukraine. We also found a network in France, which was positioning themselves as, patriots of France, Muslims in France, African diaspora in France. And they were all publishing ads attacking Macron and attacking Ukraine. We managed to trace back this network to West Africa, to countries like Benin, and with other researchers in the network, we tied them to the Wagner private military company. The last one is basically called Operation Overload, which is a coordinated attack against civil society, trying to overload them with basically telling them, look here, there is something to look at here. Fact check this. We saw this fake thing. Could you fact check it? And just trying to give them fake things to do and to just make them not pay attention to real cases.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much, Saman. And it was almost perfect to have that final word on the fact check, because we are going to listen to Siri Kristiansen from Logical Effects. Also, in case you have questions, you can see here that we use Menti again. So if you have questions to our panelists, please don't hesitate to write to us, and I will bring up the questions for discussion here. Yeah, Siri, in your activity at Logical Effects, what did you see?
Yes. So basically, being a fact checker is a lot like being a professional doom scroller. So every day during the EU election period, my colleagues and I would scroll through social media looking for false, misleading, manipulated content. And we're a global organization. I'm Swedish, but we also have colleagues in Denmark, Finland, Ukraine, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, UK, India, Ireland. So it's like multilingual doom scrolling. And as a fact-checking organization, essentially our entire operation is at least trying to be a countermeasure to disinformation. And I think the most notable example is the way in which we directly help social media companies to review and to rate potential misinformation. So Logically Facts is one out of dozens of fact-checking organizations that are part of Meta and ByteDance, so TikTok's third-party fact-checking programs. And in practice, just to go over, I don't know if anyone is familiar with fact-checking, but it means we don't just doom scroll. We actually use research methods like Boolean operators. We use AI tools, and we proactively search for claims, ideally before they go viral. And we assess the accuracy by using a range of tools. We look at public data, we look at open source intelligence, we try and geolocate where this image was taken, who took the image, does this really show what this person says it shows? And when we find something that's not right, we write an article, we explain how did we come to this conclusion, and we publish it on our website. So it's important to note that fact-checking organizations don't remove, we don't moderate content. What we do is we supply information that enable social media platforms to take action. And, bless you, this action can include removing a post, it can be reducing its spread, it can be applying a warning label saying, this is unverified, this is false, and sometimes that warning label will link to our article so that people on social media can just go on there and just see why it's false. So I think the key difference between maybe what you and I do is that you focus a lot on disinformation, foreign entities, and my work is more geared towards the misinformation narratives that pop up in your feeds. And just, you know, the kind of distinction is that disinformation is stuff that is deliberately created and shared with the intention to manipulate you, to cause harm. But misinformation is something you're probably a lot more likely to come across. It's stuff that is shared, retweeted with kind of honest intentions, the kind of stuff that is posted by someone who believes it to be true. And in my perspective, looking at misinformation can sort of tell us what kind of disinformation narrative has legs, what sticks, what is being repeated by those among us. Because just because Russia is pushing a narrative doesn't mean that people are actually buying into it. As a Swedish doomscroller, there are some narratives I saw more often than not. I'm not going to go into too much detail, time pressure and stuff, but I think the key distinction is, I think it's easy to think about, you know, the Russian disinformation narrative about Ukraine. So the claim that the EU is going to introduce a Ukrainian solidarity tax, or that soldiers from EU member states are fighting in Ukraine. Those didn't really pop up so much on Swedish social media, but the most viral narrative, the one that appeared in multiple stories, is that the EU is a dictatorship that wants to, that we can't influence, which is quite ironic in like an election campaign. But this was in multiple stories. I think if we have any Swedish people, maybe you remember them. One was that the EU is going to take away the kebab, but the EU doesn't really, it didn't really mean to do that. Turkey applied for the name donor to have protected status, kind of like Parmesan, but it doesn't mean that kebab is going to you know, be removed. The other one, which was huge in Sweden, was that the EU wants to ban you from burning like garden waste in your backyard. Yeah. And this was a Swedish implementation of a EU waste management directive. Again, the EU doesn't really dictate what you do in your backyard, but that was the narrative on social media. Another one is that the EU wants to seize and scrap your car. That derives from a EU directive on end-of-life vehicles. That also doesn't really meddle too much in people's affairs and everyday lives, but that was the message. And the most visual one was obviously the farmers' protests. So we saw a lot of footage on tractors, but not all of those tractors were from European farmers in the spring of 2024. And the overarching narrative about that was that the EU nature restoration law will sort of destroy European agriculture and reduce the amount of farming land to the extent that it's a threat to our food production. So some of these are kind of funny, you know, kebab, but the main narrative is quite harmful, and it does tie into something that you mentioned in the introduction, which is sort of undermining this trust in democracy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, burning branches, taking away snuff from the Swedes, and you know, making those poor veteran car drivers carless. Emma, why do these stories pop up during an election? What makes an election particularly hot as a projection surface of disinformation and our desire to spread that misinformation? What are these actors after?
Well, of course, what's at stake? Well, it's power. It's political power for somebody, at least. And for me, as a admittedly maybe a nerdy political scientist, democracy is something that is ongoing all the time, every day. It's a continuous process where we try to make things better together. Now, for many people, especially the people who are not politically active in any way, that's not the case. They have not fallen into the political science rabbit hole, or whatever you want to call it. They do other things. But when there's an election, they are pulled in by democracy and asked to make a decision, and that decision has a certain amount of power in it, because there are consequences of that decision. And so naturally, this is a prime target for gaining influence. And maybe it doesn't really matter if you're, again, in the business of sowing polarization or other types of chaos, really, in other countries. It doesn't really matter maybe which party ends up being the biggest party or whatever, is as long as there is a lack of, or you create chaos and less social cohesion in a society, then there is some power for that actor eventually, possibly. That's maybe the gamble. And so that's ultimately what's at stake.
Saman, you have collaboratively worked with people across Europe and monitoring the European elections, but would you also confirm that image that elections are the kind of cesspit of disinformation? Are they particularly, productive when it comes to employing various techniques of manipulation in the information landscape? Or is there not a big difference between the normal state and, for instance, our super election here? Is it measurable to see that the elections in different countries are kind of, particularly attracting disinformation actors and techniques?
It's a really interesting question, because it depends on how we measure this, right? We don't have a good way of measuring how much disinformation is happening. If you look at what we do see during elections, is that a lot of us are more alert during elections and looking at disinformation cases. So, for example, we did look at double ganger as an influence operation, and we did find 1.3 thousand tweets in June. But the pattern that we were looking at already existed. Like, we managed to identify it through existing reports. So disinformation isn't really a topic we can only fight during elections. These operations can last for years and years, and we know that they start getting built up for elections, some of them, others just in general, way before the elections, even a year before the election, which is the case of the French pages, where we saw them becoming active again already in 2023, I recall, or 2022, no, 2023 indeed. And the moment that we detected them was in relation to the European Parliament elections, and that was during the time we could flag it and have them taken down. But they've been going on for a while. They haven't been posting ads, but they've been active as regular Facebook pages for a while. So I think elections do indeed end up being a moment where a lot of resources are put in by threat actors, but they are not the only time that we should be vigilant and the only time that these activities happen.
And Siri, if you go to Logical Facts and you type in Sweden in the search function, you get a bunch of funny stories, particularly for those who maybe not know Swedish culture and society so much, like Sweden has not, sex is not a recognized sport in Sweden, or there are some weird stories about a picture from Aleppo showing reality in Malmö. or Wallenberg is the evil puppet master of Swedish economy, politics and social life, and so on. What is your experience now during the elections, or did you see that the kind of topics, I mean, I was giving you a list of hot button issues. Was that something that you could see changed when we moved into the elections?
That's a good question. I think that the whole idea about like EU laws is not really something that people think about for most of their life, except when it's the EU election campaign. So that was new, and as soon as the election was over, no more. Like it's not really something we see a lot now. So that was a very clear change. All of a sudden, it was all of these different regulations that suddenly had so much attention and so many misunderstandings. And then I would say what has been increasing very dramatically is misinformation regarding migration, which has been a big topic in the EU election. Particularly the narrative around the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, and the idea that European culture is under threat from immigration from Muslim countries. So that's been a huge narrative that is also sometimes the hardest to fact check, because the people that create these type of things are really good at this moment in time at just bypassing and just making a very implicit statement in the extent that it can't even be fact checked.
Thank you very much. I think we got a great overview of the big picture. Why do elections matter in kind of creating emotional mobilization among electorates? What are the typical techniques and strategies of manipulation, and what was the content of these stories? We have a couple of minutes of time, and you have sent questions through Mentimeter. I have 3 responses. You can still post a lot of them. Yes. Let's see what I will pick here. I will pick this one first. What role does the political agenda of platform owners play in your work? Do you find that different platforms respond differently to reports about disinformation? Now that would be a question that would go to people who have that kind of contact, or a general question about the platform responsibilities. Anybody who would like to pick up that question? Saman, do you frequently meet with platform people?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, okay, let us know.
God, with most of the platforms we do meet, with one exception, and I'm sure you can guess which one. It's a very tricky question. For most platforms, the ownership of the platforms are so diluted between so many different people. But when it comes to X, very specifically, Elon Musk has a lot of power over that platform. I remember initially when he bought it, I met some of the people who used to work for X and who were fired. And basically, X gutted their entire content moderation team. Years and years, almost a decade, I think, of work on making Twitter a safe platform where activists and people could work for democracy, and a platform safe from disinformation and so on, was just removed overnight, basically, when he came to power. So I think indeed it can matter when the power is so centralized by one person like that. But other platforms, it's more complex to say why they do what they do. Twitter or X is a specific example.
Thank you very much. Emma or Sigrid, something like that?
Do you have experiences, Sigrid?
I think I really echo what you said. I think that with X, it's a very noticeable difference. At least in my job, there's kind of like a chain of disinformation or misinformation. And most times we find that whenever news happen, like for instance, during the EU election, when the Slovakian Prime Minister was shot, the first thing you do go to X first. Maybe Telegram if you want to look into that aspect. But X is, yeah, that's where you're going to find stuff. And within 10 minutes, there was a claim about, I think it was the identity of the shooter being, either was being Ukrainian or a NATO affiliated. So I would agree that it's, but with other platforms, I don't think you can really make the same kind of, sorry.
Emma?
Yes, so as the academic representative, I'll send some terminology, as we like to do as political scientists, and definitions of various things. This has to do with internet governance, and who do we want to own the internet? Or do we want anyone to own the internet? Should it be government controlled? Well, that can go in really, really the wrong way as well, as we all know. But it's an option. Do we want private, primarily US-based companies to own large parts of our kind of public conversation that's going on these platforms? Is that what we want? What are the alternatives are there? Well, there is a kind of smaller alternative, which would be that we would own the platforms. People would own the platforms in a very different model. Kind of a difficult one to implement, but it's as a theoretical idea, and there are examples of this occurring. Let's take a look at Taiwan, for example, where there's a completely different relationship using the internet between power and those who are electing those people into power. And so there are alternatives, but I feel like this is not a discussion that's being held enough about internet governance and who do we want to own the internet. And if you're a student out there, I think you should write about this.
Thank you. We got 2 questions about the relationship of disinformation to mainstream media in connection with the EU elections, and that is the kind of worst imaginable dream in Sweden that snooze would disappear. Yeah? And 2 questions are about like how should we handle the fact that Swedish mainstream media or mainstream media outlets, maybe we should call them instead, were reporting on EU issues from that vantage point. What can we do to kind of balance these things? So what is our comment about that these media outlets were kind of targeting the EU issue from this particular angle, hopefully being aware of that would not be possible to regulate by the EU? Emma?
Well,
yeah.
Finally the EU became juicy, right? Juicy news. It became something click-worthy. It concerns you, possibly. Not that everyone here uses this particular product, but it came close. Because this is part of the problem, where the EU is still so very far away, even though it does concern all of us. And that the EU reporting regarding the EU is not a mainstreamed everyday type thing that we see on a regular basis necessarily, even though I know that there are plenty of journalists out there who are trying. It's very complicated as well. When students come to us and we have a course on EU politics, we kind of have to start from the beginning. Because, and I can think about my own daughter who's in 6th grade, I don't think she's talked at all about the EU. Not that I know of anyway. And so where does that start? And all these types of things about educating on how the system in the EU works, and that it is part of the process of the EU is to seek consensus and negotiations that are not necessarily always transparent to people. And that doesn't make very good news, does it? Long negotiations and not open public like debate and different fractions. That doesn't make very good news, unfortunately, even though maybe it should. And so there's an inherent problem sometimes reporting on what goes on in the EU that does not help its cause. Because if we knew more about how it works, the juiciness of the snooze issue maybe wouldn't be as juicy.
Exactly. Thank you very much. I have one last question that I still want to ask, and I want to direct it to you, Siri, because you were mentioning it before, and that is the internal question about awful but lawful content, about vehement racism, Islamophobia that comes is represented to misinformation that is frighteningly commonplace on platforms like Instagram and Meta, and how do we find a framework to these platforms, to hold these platforms accountable? Now, you mentioned before that you have been delving deeper into great replacement theories. Is that the way forward, that independent fact checkers actually are tackling or countering these things and are presenting another angle, so that these interventions can somehow play a role on social media?
There's no easy answer to that question, but I think yes. I think the tricky thing with this type of footage is that quite often it shows a very tiny slice of reality. Very often it can be like large religious celebrations in, say, on Westminster Bridge. And that's all there is. There's no hashtag, there's nothing offensive in the presentation of the material, but the implicit message is, you know, the Muslims are taking over Westminster Bridge. That's the visual impact. And I think like, how do you fact check that? How do you moderate that? You don't have the hashtags you can use to find this material. It's a big challenge. I think what you can do is work on media literacy. I think for a long time we took for granted that like images and videos show us something that is real and unedited, but in fact, you know, everything is a tiny slice of reality. This religious ceremony is held for maybe half an hour, and then most other times of the day, Westminster Bridge is just a bridge. And I think what you can do is that you can maybe make people realize that you probably shouldn't take 15-second clips on TikTok and take them as a representation of what Europe is like. But in terms of content moderation, it is really challenging because they very much avoid us, like they avoid it. No, you know, not the platforms, but the people who create it. Yeah.
Yeah, Saman, final words, because we're running out of time in this panel.
Just a quick thing, because I really think it's an interesting question. So this type of content are exploiting a societal vulnerability rather than a technical vulnerability. So in my work, we usually look at the techniques and the vulnerabilities that they're exploiting in technology. While I think this is a perfect example where this is not enough. We need to understand why some of these things are working and try to counter them in our societies and work on those topics.
And my answer to that question from the audience would be, therefore, we have to have these conversations going with information experts, fact-checkers, political scientists, and you. Thank you very much for this panel, and an applause to our panelists. Also, we'll give you some kind of Lund gold for you, Saman. Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. I guess you are getting not bored but tired, right? When European climate policy meets industrial policy and national security imperatives, that is our last headline today. And with me here on the stage, we have Bo Lidegård, Kaja Partners co-founder. He is a former diplomatic, national security and climate policy advisors for consecutive Danish prime ministers, and has been the editor-in-chief at Politiken, one of my favorite papers. I used to work for Politiken, that was before your time. I was a correspondent in Stockholm and still read it both daily, as I guess you too. So, Bo Lidegård, the floor is yours, and you keep asking those smart, clever questions we've received during the day.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I'm not a slide kind of person, but I do have one slide, if you can show that, because then I will try to do something absolutely impossible over the next half hour. I'll try to outline what Draghi wants and says, what the new commission is all about, and why the first highlighted words in the mission letters that Ursula von der Leyen today sent her newly appointed commission, why the first word she highlights in those mission letters is the word security. And that in itself is a remarkable fact, because I can tell you that 5 years ago, when Ursula von der Leyen last time issued mission letters to a new commission, I think the word security was hardly there. So what's going on? And that's what I'm going to try to lay out over the next 30 minutes. And it's all in there. So in a way, I don't need to explain. But basically, what Draghi is formulated, the conundrum that he's pointing to, is in some ways quite simple, but of course he is elaborating it in very much detail. What he's basically saying is, we are losing it. And to use a very trivial, cliché-ish metaphor, he doesn't, but I will, we are the turtle in the pot. The water is already pretty hot, and very soon we are going to be boiled. Unless we do something, and his report basically is about what we're supposed to do. And he covers a lot of ground in 3 different layers of, or 3 clusters, which are the ones in the middle here behind me. He's talking about innovation, about decarbonization, which is another word for energy policy, industrial policy, and climate, and securitization. And he then moves into the various political themes that normally we consider as separate areas of policy, such as technology, industry, trade, finance. And the underlying implicit point of his is that these are tied together by the notion of security. And it is not by accident that security is at the top of the Pentagon, nor is it by accident that the graph is actually a pentagon. Because it is not the case that all politics are born equal. Some politics are more equal than others, and the dominating policy that overrides all other areas of policy is national security policy. And the difference between the other policies and national security policy is that national security is what evokes all resources of the state, and the only force we know in politics that supersedes another strong force that we all believe in, the force of the market. Let me just elaborate a little bit on this sort of meta point. In the world in which we have all lived all our lives, and that includes me, who might be the oldest person present, in that world, for the last 80 years, in the world which the Americans built after the Second World War, the idea of the market was at the center, could almost say at the top. And we built a tremendously successful model in which trade, technology, finance, and industry basically became more and more global, traveled further and further, and for the countries to which Sweden belongs, Denmark too, I would say the countries in Europe, but in particular the countries in Scandinavia being securely anchored under the national security umbrella of the Americans, whether NATO or not, we benefited tremendously from a world in which we could travel further and further for our raw materials and our supply chains and our investment. We could source our products where we wanted, and we could sell it where it was most profitable. And we are very good at it. And in this world, the world of the global market, or of globalization classic, this world works. It has worked for us, and it has actually also worked for other market economies throughout the world. So we like this model a lot. So why didn't I put market at the top of the Pentagon instead of security? And the reason is, of course, that we are waking up to a world, or to a fact, or to a situation where it is no longer the market alone that drives the agenda. And while Europe, according to Draghi, is only about to wake up to this fact, he would say, the Americans have woken up to it a bit earlier, and what they believe they have realized too late is that not only is the market no longer alone in guiding the main actors in the world, the main protagonist for the Americans, China, as the Americans now see it, have for a couple of decades been pursuing what the Americans call a modern war economy. And the big difference between a war economy and a market economy is that a war economy is about access to resources and control of industrial processes, whereas a market economy is about optimizing for profit, and in democracies for welfare, for social services, and the rest of it for our citizens. But suddenly, and I mean, it's a slow revelation, but it's still a revelation, the Americans are seeing that China, for a couple of decades, and certainly under the present President Xi rule, have systematically, and with our consent and encouragement, not only de facto built an industrial capacity in all the areas that belongs to the future, centered around decarbonization, and electrification, batteries, EVs, heat pumps, a lot of chips. But they have also, in addition to that, done a strategic horizontal integration of the supply chains for these products. So not only do they have the production apparatus to produce everything the world needs in these domains or sectors, but they also command an almost complete control of everything they need to produce it. And for the Americans, waking up to the fact that they are actually no longer able to produce these things is a very unwelcome news, and that is the fundamentals under which both parties, both campaigns in the election campaign in the US have one thing in common, and it's perhaps the only thing they really have in common. This must stop. And meanwhile, and I'll dwell a second on this relation to China, because it's not trivial, and it's certainly not trivial for Draghi, and it's certainly not trivial for the Commission that will now face the Parliament, and that was appointed today by the Commission Chairman. The Americans, of course, understand how deeply we now depend on China, and they on us. And they have tried, under the present American administration, the Biden administration, to build what they will call themselves a floor under their relation. They have tried to secure that we, the world, do not drift into a confrontation with China. Not kinetic with weapons, nor on trade. Because everybody understands that decoupling the economies in the world, especially the West from China, will come at a very high cost for everybody. So both sides have tried for the last couple of years to build a floor and consolidate that floor, so it doesn't collapse under us and we drift into a conflict that may have fatal consequences. That was what the Bali the Bali summit meeting between Biden and Xi was about. That was what the San Francisco summit last year was about, and that is what has taken place intensively in the first month of this year. What the Americans are concluding is that the Chinese, while paying lip service to the idea of a floor, continues to challenge the West in all three big areas of conflict. The first is industrial policy. This January, when the Communist Party held its Congress in China, Xi, the president, said to his party and to his people, we are now today in a position, we being China, to produce everything the world needs for decarbonization. Every product, everything the West, Europe, US, the world needs. But let's not be complacent. The world will need more as this accelerates over the next decade. So over the next 5 years, we will double our productive capacity in these areas, so that no one else in the world needs to produce any batteries, any electric vehicles, any heat pumps, anything. And if you extend this, basically anything at all. We'll produce it all. So enjoy. That was not welcome news for a US nor for Europe. At the same time, the conflicts around Taiwan and in the South China Sea is getting ever more or ever closer to a very dangerous brinkmanship where both parties are coming very close to direct confrontation. But perhaps worse of all, China has, on one hand, carefully respected the red lines the US stood up not Europe, the US stood up after Russia attacked Ukraine 1.5 years ago, not to provide lethal weapons to Russia. They have not done so, or at least not in any significant order of magnitude. But underneath that constraint, China has systematically ramped up its support with technology and equipment for doing a transformational modernization of Russia's warfighting capabilities. And they are ever increasing their support for Russia, and especially for the high-tech industry underpinning the Russian warfighting effort. And if you ask the Americans who's behind Russia, who's on the other side of the front line in Donetsk, the Americans will say, on the other side of the front line in Donetsk, they speak Chinese. And that is, of course, to be understood as a metaphor for the fact that Russia is basically today completely dependent on Chinese provisions to build what is becoming an ever more threatening warfighting capacity in Europe. And for all these three reasons, the Americans are determined to do what it takes, to use a Draghi expression, to stop this. They look at Europe surprised by the fact that we don't. And they talk to people like Draghi, like Ursula von der Leyen, and tell them, you need in Europe to get your act together. You cannot continue to believe that without innovation and without building a defense industry based on innovation, without investing in your own industries and preserving the capacity to produce green steel, energy, and at the end of the day, electric vehicles and batteries. Without these capacities, Europe cannot defend itself against an alliance between Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. And again, if I'm relaying here the Spreche from the Americans into Draghi's ear, it is basically, if you think that the security of Europe lies in NATO and is anchored there, you are wrong. Your security lies in the industrial base, and you need to protect your industrial base, otherwise we will not be able to defend you. That's why I've put security up there, and that's why I've termed it a Pentagon, because it does a connotation to something pretty hard security-wise. For the Draghi report and for von der Leyen, the challenge is not only, it is of course, that we have come very far behind, but also that the very successful European industries that are basically the motor and the fabric of the European economy are all, not all, but many of them deeply embedded in China, and that our economy in Europe is deeper entangled with China than the American economy is, and it's going to be more costly and more difficult for European enterprises if the already fragile relationship to China develops into an even tougher one. Our assessment in Kaya Partner is that it will. Not that there will be a decoupling, but that these questions that I have highlighted will sit very heavily with the new Commission. And it has to do, of course, also with the fact that partly as a countermeasure to the picture that I have depicted, partly as a domestic election or electoral strategy, the Americans, of course, are using a lot of tax breaks, the famous IRA, they have cheap energy, as Draghi is pointing out, and they have capital markets that are much bigger and much more efficient than our capital markets. And all of that makes up for an economic growth in the US that is completely out of pace with what we can mobilize in Europe. Partly also to the detriment of Europe. So it is not that our interests are one-to-one aligned with the Americans, but the Americans are just much more effectively building the industrial base, and they have some capacities that we don't, including a money printing machine standing in the basement of Treasury. And though any economist will tell you that you cannot keep printing money without running into inflation, the Americans have done so for 50 years, and it still works despite the fact that it shouldn't. Europe does not have that printing machine. The only place Europe can go and find money, basically, is in this room. It's in your taxes. And you don't like to pay more taxes, and therefore it's much harder for Europe. On the other side, China has this tremendous ability to integrate different parts of its economy to basically being able to sell these products, from wind turbines to electric vehicles, at the price of their choice. And there is effectively no European company that can compete with a Chinese product of quality. If you talk to European industries, they will very often say, and they will say to von der Leyen, and they do, give us a level playing field back, and we shall outcompete the Chinese or live with them on a market basis and thrive. Give us a level playing field, and we can compete. And I trust them. The problem is, there is no level playing field out there. The Americans are not conducting a level playing field, nor the Chinese. We may be able in Europe, and Draghi is all over this, we may be able internally in the single market to enhance it, to enhance the capitals market, to steer our state aid. I even think he's too lenient on state aid, but be that as it may. But we can make an internal market that still protects free competition and a level playing field broadly. But the idea that Europe can turn back the clock and that there is a level playing field out there on the global market, forget it. Neither China nor the US play by a market rule. They are both conducting a modern war economy, and if we don't heed that call, we will de-industrialize. And that is exactly Draghi's problem. And our problem, and I'll stop in a little while, our problem is that while we need to figure out how to position Europe within this and avoid the further slipping down of our competitive edge, achieving more funding for innovation, more capitalization of our emerging tech companies, if we are to make the investments necessary in technology, if we are to use those investments to turn technology into real innovation in our industries, so that we can trade with those that will trade on equal terms. We need the finance that we don't really have or find it very hard to get. And at the same time, we are facing a China that not only controls the price of a lot of the industries where we want to have a dominating position, they also control the supply chains underpinning these industries. And meanwhile, of course, we have, if this was not gloomy enough in terms of picture, we have been basically losing out both in Asia and Africa over the last couple of decades, where we have been, while we have been telling them how to behave, others have invested in the continents and in extracting their resources, and they now control this, especially China. and we have basically lost a couple of decades and a very strong position both in Africa, to some extent also in Asia. It's not that there are not countries out there with a lot of self-confidence and ambition to be our partners, but it's not because we will reach out to them, it's because they want to see whether there's still life in this old Europe that is now embarking on a new government, a new commission, a new strategy. When I say broadly laid out by Draghi, I know of course that it's the commission that will set this out, and eventually it will be the member states. But the stakes could not be higher. And if you actually spend a little bit of time looking at the Draghi report and looking at the mission letters that von der Leyen issued today to her new commission, this sense of urgency, this sense of this is a moment where Europe needs to do things differently, that sense of urgency is all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. That was gloomy. Not a very happy message you have there. But if not Europe, if Europe is not the one telling the world how to behave, then who?
Well, I'm an old diplomat in a former life. And I come from a country that has thrived, a little bit like Sweden, in the idea that the world was waiting eagerly out there to be told how to behave.
And we knew how.
And we were the ones to tell it. Mm. I never met anyone. I never met one single person outside of Sweden and Denmark who waited for us to tell them how to arrange their things. I have seen a lot of Danish debate and Swedish debate on how we should tell them. But there's no audience out there. There's no one listening. For strange reasons that are very, very hard to understand, the Chinese believe that they know better about China than you do. Which is of course wrong, because you're Swedish. And the Russians think that they know better, which is also wrong, because we know in Denmark. And the idea that we are called upon to tell the world how to behave, I think, has no real basis other than within ourselves. So when I see debates in the Danish parliament about how the world should be organized, I'm always impressed by how impressed politicians are in our part of the world with their own statements. Especially because I never found anyone listening to them.
Every time it's been measured, ranked, where's the best place to live your life? The Nordic welfare states, kind of, they're the top 5 in almost all these kind of rankings. Does that count at all?
It does for us. And I think that it's also true that a lot of countries, and I'm sure you have experienced that, and all of you who have been traveling around the world have been experiencing, you come to other parts of the world and they say, how do you do in the Nordic countries? What is it that you have gotten right? How have you created happiness and welfare and all the rest of it? And as long as you talk about how you have done here, there will be a short attention span. When you then turn to them and say, but by the way, let me tell you how to organize India. And let me start with your human rights situation. The attention span sort of evaporates. Because again, even the Indians believe that they know better about India. And that the fact that they're actually Indians give them some kind of advantage.
You think they have a point there?
If you understand me that way, you...
The Draghi report
is so good because it's not about them. It's about us.
Yeah. We've been waiting for a long time. It was expected to be published in the spring or early summer. Now we got it. How do you think it has been received? In Denmark and in the EU?
Well, Draghi is an unlikely prophet, because he is, of course, seen by the, what you sometimes call the Brussels bubble, but more than that, I think by the European leaders as the closest you get to God.
Super Mario.
Super Mario, a person who single-handedly saved the euro by just uttering one sentence, and who then saved Italy by not being a politician but acting like one.
Somehow I get the impression that you don't agree.
And now he has been called upon to tell us, I think, a truth that we actually all know, but is very inconvenient. And though I'd never really like reports that are 400 pages, I think he has managed, without being sort of very popular out there or being a sort of in the public space a lot, he has actually managed to drive home the points I tried to make in 20 minutes with a lot of analysis. And I think those who actually listen to what he is saying are realizing we need to do things differently. The hard part is, of course, that whatever we do is difficult, very difficult.
And very expensive.
Well, it's also very expensive not to do.
Mm.
I tend to, when people ask me, and we are doing in Kaya, we are doing especially the green transition and decarbonization, and people keep asking us, but isn't, if you deprive yourself of the cheap Chinese supply chains, are you not both postponing the green transition and making it more expensive? So how can you argue that we need to take this seriously when you are a climate guy? And my answer to it, and I admit immediately that I've stolen it, the answer, it's plagiat, it's just quoting someone else. But the sort of, one of the chief architects of the American economic statecraft, as they call it over there, Dalip Singh, when asked this same question, when they slammed tariffs on Chinese imports, he said, we need the green transition, but we need it to be sustainable, predictable, and within our control. And I think what he really meant there, despite or beyond these three concepts being not trivial, sustainable, predictable, and within our control, but I think he also implied something that I'm surprised is not more in the debate. It is like if we all believe that in building a monopoly across these industries, the goal and aim of China is to keep cranking up cheap commodities ever cheaper to our benefit. That would be the first example in the world history of a monopoly having gained complete control of a production, saying, this control we'll use for one thing, to the benefit of others. So my reference scenario is not that China will keep cranking out this stuff to us cheaper and for free. And when I say for free, I also mean without conditions. And let me just quote one little example. It's not to be sort of, I know I've been gloomy, but I wanted to wake you up. Let me just, a little trivial fact.
Is this going to be gloomy too? Or?
It is.
Okay. You're not sugar covering it.
I'm not sugar covering it.
Okay.
What's going on at the front line in Ukraine is to a large extent going on with drones flying on batteries. Both sides of the front line, drones and batteries. I get shocked when I hear major European industrialists saying, we might as well give up on producing batteries in Europe. We can't produce them as good as the Chinese. Full stop. An industrialist from a big car manufacturing industry saying, it will take my 2,000 engineers 2 years before we have a better battery. Respect. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. But the idea of saying, we are too stupid in Europe to produce a battery that can compete with China, when this is a central component of every modern weapon, That freaks me out.
Good point. I promised you questions from the audience. We have one, as far as I can see. Can you please elaborate on how the Draghi report and what you said connects with just climate policy and the ambition to decarbonize the industry in the EU?
What the Draghi report, of course, understands, as you all do, is that at the core of industry today is the notion of decarbonization. And sort of, again, put it very simply, all industries try to decarbonize while staying competitive. Whether you produce steel, cars, or batteries, you must do two things at the same time, and it's very hard. You must find a way to decarbonize so you can do your production with less emissions and ultimately no emissions. But it's to no avail if in the process you die and someone else takes you over, because then you haven't succeeded, you have failed. So you have to do both at the same time, and they're all struggling. And Draghi, of course, understands that. That's why he has put decarbonization as a core element in his report. But what he's saying, and there I agree entirely with him, is we cannot achieve that by depending on someone else providing us the tools for the decarbonization. We have to, and now I put words into his mouth, he's not in the report, but he basically subscribed to what I said before. We need it to be sustainable, predictable, and within our control. We cannot keep on pretending that if pollution takes place somewhere else, it's not there. That if the lack of sustainability or social regards or just transition, if it's just not in northern Sweden, it doesn't exist. It does exist. And we need to be able to produce stuff, including raw materials and energy, in Europe. And we need to do it in ways that are compatible with our social standards and our environmental standard and all the rest of it. And it is, frankly, complacency that we don't want to do it. It is the idea that what we don't see doesn't exist. It does exist, and these raw materials, these industrial processes, these technologies, this innovation, unless you actually command it and use it, it's not there. I'll quote the new Undersecretary General of NATO being just appointed as Undersecretary General of NATO for Innovation, who said one of his first days in his new job, he quoted when he was a student, a teacher saying, "Innovation belongs to those who uses it." Innovation is not a capacity to do something. It's the faculty to actually execute on it, to make use of it. So the fact that we have in Europe, indeed in Sweden, some of the best scientists in the world in a number of areas also of big strategic importance, quantum, AI, and the rest of it, it is to no avail unless we also have the industrial base to produce based on these insights and technologies. That's what's called innovation, and we are good at science and we are bad at innovation. And it used to be that we commanded both. And this good society that you're referring to, that we all live in and benefit from, was built on this combination.
And the good society we want to go on living in. One last question. I picked that one. How does NATO respond to this challenge and competition with China? Can they actually respond to this from a security and industrial policy perspective? NATO.
NATO, I think, is further than the EU in realizing the challenge. They have developed over the last couple of years a couple of very interesting instruments also, including the NATO Innovation Fund, where they are accumulating venture capital and scale-up capital for innovative European enterprises to address the lack of capital that Draghi is also pointing to. So, and they have just appointed or made this new position for digital. So I think they are realizing that we're falling behind. But I will say that while we often look to NATO as the more efficient organization because it's, again, it's security, it's sitting at the top of the Pentagon, the EU, at the end of the day, is about the fabric of our society. And the whole point of what I've said over the last hour is we need to look at this fabric of our society. And it's not that we should stop trading with China or producing in China or supplying from China. We'll need to do all of that and continue to do it. But we cannot allow China to have a monopoly on things that are critical for our fabric of society and for our security, because it's the same thing. So to trade it with China, if we have 10%, 20%, 30%, let's be ambitious, even 50% of the car manufacturing we need in Europe, and we buy the rest from China, no problem. But to buy it all and to have no industry left in Europe that can actually produce stuff without supplies from China, that's a pretty frightening scenario. And it's about EU to correct it, or EU member states in different configurations to figure out how to address this. It's not for NATO.
We are EU, so it's up to us. Thank you, Bo Lidegaard. Wonderful to have you.
Thank you.
Tiden går fort när man har roligt. It's time to wrap this up. And I would like the advisory board to join me. And I would like to find my script. It's over there. Okay. Let's try to sort out some take-home messages. Bo really made me a bit gloomy here, but good to see you. Will cheer us up. So last but not least, let me introduce the Senior Advisory Group consisting of 4 persons with great experience and knowledge in the EU and international politics. The purpose of this group is to contribute to the planning and strategic thinking of these EU days for its future development. And yeah, I know, not 4. There are 1 person absent, that is Lena Ek, former member of the European Parliament and the Swedish government. But present here today are 3 of the 4 members: Magnus Schultz, Director and Senior Advisor at the Wallenberg Office, and a former ambassador at the Swedish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome, Magnus. Lars Danielsson, former permanent representative of Sweden to the EU and former state secretary. You know EU very, very well, as we all know. Katarina Areskog-Mascarenas knows EU pretty well too. Center for European Studies, Lund University, and founder of Impact Europe, former head of European Commission office in Sweden. Good to have you, all 3 of you, here. And I know you had something else on your agenda yesterday. You haven't been following this both of the days. But could we start by commenting on the Commission, since that's top of mind? Katarina, was it good news from Strasbourg today, or how do you? Yeah, I think the Swedish Commissioner and the Commission as a whole. What's your take?
I think given what Bo has been speaking about, I think that Ursula von der Leyen gets the picture.
Focuses on the right.
Yes, I think so. Well, it remains, of course, to be seen, but
I think when you see the commissioners and the portfolios, she is talking about the competitiveness. I think that is in focus for a lot of the portfolios. She's talking, for the first time we have a defense commissioner, now that the member states will not maybe be too happy about that, giving competence to the commission in this field. But she is for sure also aware of the security challenge. For the northern countries, for the Nordic countries, I think we have a good set of portfolios. Denmark gets energy, Finland gets tech, Sweden gets environment. So you could say the twin transitions that we always talk about, you know, it's about climate change, it's about tech. We have the Nordics in charge of them. Not completely true, because
we don't have climate.
We don't have climate. I was going to say that's Hoekstra. It's the Netherlands who have that. But if we add the Baltics, we also have defense, Lithuania, Kubilius. We have, of course, the High Representative, Kaja Kallas, that we knew already before. And we have Dombrovskis, the former Latvian Prime Minister. He's been commissioner for a long time now, but he has economy and productivity, extremely important. So I think the Nordic-Baltic set, if we talk about those that we often work with and that we build alliances with, I think it can be a quite influential commission. Then we should widen our perspectives and not be so stuck in our corner. But if you want me to continue with the other commissioners and comment on them a little bit, I can do that.
I would like you to comment on the Swedish portfolio. What's most important in it?
Well, I think even though it's then divided with Hoekstra and climate policy, we've seen the last 5 years, there's been an enormous amount of legislation, Fit for 55, who was the implementing tool for the Green Deal. I think there are more than 300 legislative acts under the Green Deal, and a lot of them are to do with the environment. And then people say, well, it will not be so important in the next commission. But von der Leyen also says we have to go to 90% emission reductions to 2040. And that means that all the legislative main parts in the Fit for 55 now will be kind of Fit for 90. So there will be a lot of legislative acts that Roosevelt will be working on. And I think that's very important, of course, for the climate, for biodiversity, but also for our businesses who have had to deal, Mario Draghi is talking about that, with a lot of legislation. So that's important. For our Finnish and Swedish forests, it's also important, this portfolio. So I think it's maybe, well, I think it's an important portfolio.
You sound pleased.
Yes.
Lars, should we be happy or disappointed?
We should always be happy, by definition.
Okay, then we
But no, I think what Ursula von der Leyen has shown is that she understands what has been very much the theme of these EU days, that we live now in a geopolitical reality. And if you compare the structures of the outgoing commission and the incoming commission, it's very clear that geopolitics plays a bigger role.
These 5 years have changed.
It has changed dramatically, and I think that's good in a way. But it's also a bit tricky because, as Katarina indicated also, we're here dealing with issues where member states still feel that they need a very clear say on a number of issues and are not always prepared to share those with the European level. I think, for me, I think what the big takeaway here is, I think what the new Commission shows, it's a complete success for the Baltic countries. It's absolutely amazing to see that these 3 countries, 20 years of membership now, have gotten the key post that Katarina correctly described. I think that's absolutely amazing. It's very, very good. Because I think what has really been a clear contribution from the Baltic countries and also from some of the other Eastern European countries is, of course, an increased knowledge about parts of the world where maybe we in Sweden thought that we knew a little bit, but we have learned so much from the Baltic. So I'm very much looking forward to Kaja Kallas, Valdis Dombrovskis and Andris Kubilius in the coming years, because I think they can really step up our work when it comes to dealing with the most difficult neighbor that we have, which is Russia.
Magnus, are you as pleased as your colleagues?
Yes, I'm always pleased.
Also
and
happy always.
And maybe I haven't done my homework as good as Katarina and Lars in terms of the individual portfolios. But I think, referring back to Bo's excellent presentation, I think we see in the mission statements that competitiveness is going to rule the day. And as Draghi put in his report, or as he said at the press conference presenting the report, it's do or die. It's do or die for the prosperity of Europe, and we need to work with that sense of urgency. And I think this, hopefully, each and every one of the commissioners will work in that spirit. So, without pointing out any specific portfolio.
How do you think this report has been received? I mean, do or die, that's pretty harsh, right? And still, I think there is not that much discussion about this report, I mean, outside our venue here. Katarina?
No, I agree that there's too little discussion about it, because it's extremely important. I think it is there, and it will take a little bit of time to sink in. So I think it will, how do you say, it will be important for the next commission and for the discussion more widely. But I also think that Draghi and von der Leyen has spoken a lot about it. So exactly what Lars and Magnus said. I mean, it's in the portfolio.
It's built into the commission
the mission
now.
letters.
Okay.
So maybe we don't see it up front, but indirectly, I think it will be very much in the von der Leyen Commission.
You had some points on the commission, the whole of the commission, the larger commission, not only the Nordic and Baltics.
Yeah, no, maybe just to say that we'll have to see what all of the different portfolios will mean. I mean, the former climate minister of Spain, Teresa Ribera, she gets an extremely important, which is also vice president, so she oversees a couple of commissioners. Her portfolio is clean, just and competitive transition. What does that mean? But clearly she will be influential. French, we had Thierry Breton, surprisingly, bitterly leaving the commission yesterday, but was replaced with the outgoing French foreign minister. He will have prosperity and industrial strategy. How does that match with the other? And then we have...
And that was supposed to be a very heavy portfolio,
yes,
but because that was what France got for changing the name.
Exactly. He's also vice president, so he will also oversee a couple of commissioners. So what does that mean? And then Poland has got the budget. Piotr Serafin, who is a very tough, that Lars knows, negotiator. I think he was EU ambassador.
He was also chef de cabinet of President Tusk.
Exactly. So that will be tough. Even now, Europe needs to invest. We'll see what...
Is he the right person?
Lars can.
Well, I mean, you know,
could he be the right person?
I mean, he technically is definitely the right person, but the thing is, of course, that the negotiations about the future resources of the European Union will be one of the crucial issues, of course. And I always say, I've said it in the panel yesterday, I can repeat it again. The worst thing in mankind comes out on 3 occasions. It's divorce, inheritance, and discussions on the EU's long-term budget. They're on the same level. It's about the same kind of argument. So it doesn't matter that Piotr Serafin is a very able person. It's a question of what is the political willingness of member states to contribute money one way or the other to the European level. And here I think there is a little bit of a problem, to be honest. I mean, I think we have a situation now where we have a commission that potentially can do some good work. I'm quite sure about that. Even though the structures are, as Katarina rightly pointed out, they're not quite clear. We need to see some of the details. We have a European Parliament which has not been hijacked by the extreme right. It's very important, I think, to recall, and we've discussed it over the days, both yesterday and today,
what
that
even
though they increased their number of votes, as what we have seen so far, and I'm pretty convinced we will see it for the rest of the period, the right-wing populism and the left-wing populism, because we have that as well, will not use their position in the European Parliament to influence European legislation. They will use it as a platform in their national missions to convince things which concern their own
More
country.
like opinion.
More like that. That's what we've seen. I mean, so that's what, the problem right now, which will be the problem in the European structures for the coming years, is that at least over the coming 12-month period, we have pretty weak government in many of the member states. Notably, of course, as we know in Germany and France, where we have what could be described as political crises, and we have other countries which have sort of difficult. I'm not counting Belgium now, because Belgium has a habit of not having a government, and that's perfectly normal. They work anyway. But I think this is the problem in the European project, and it will affect also how the Draghi report will be dealt with. I think the fact that we have not, well, we've seen some comments. I mean, the German foreign minister, who in good liberal tradition has to say not only that he's right, but he also has to announce that he's right so everybody knows it. He said no, or he said 9, basically, when it comes to the financing of these proposals. But I think there will be a discussion. There will be a partial introduction of some of the suggestions in the Draghi report. But it will take some time. I mean, that's true. But I'm quite optimistic still that, you know, it can be handled. But the prerequisite for this is, of course, that we are more able to deal with what Booth touched upon in his intervention. I mean, our geopolitical position, not least when it comes to our relation to China, and also to our relation to the United States, because we need to do many things at the same time, which is easier for women than men, and there are too many men in the Commission. I'm the first one to say that, but I think there is a possibility here.
But are you also saying that first Draghi needs to convince France and Germany?
Well, he needs to convince 27 member states,
yeah,
I presume, but yes, yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, it's a well-known fact that, of course, that if you have both Germany and France not on board, sorry, things will not happen. That's just the way it works. Unfortunately, in EU, size matters. So that's very clear. And the problem is, of course, that I don't see what I called a operational German government until after the next elections, which is 1 year from now. And we may have a...
And we don't know what will happen then.
I can give you
you can,
yeah, it will be a big coalition between CDU and SPD. So take my word for it.
Thank you.
But then France is, of course, a big uncertainty because you know, we know that we may have a government, but that government may fall as soon as Marine Le Pen feels that she wants to say, out you go. So it will be a difficult period. But we've had these periods before, so we can manage. But it's more a question of, can we also, in this very difficult global circumstances, can we try to be more united when it comes to dealing with the rest of the world?
But we've had, or the EU has had difficult periods before, but normally there has been something very stable, like I'm thinking of Angela Merkel, but there have been other stability too. And now everything seems to be a bit vague. But anyway, I've been interrupting you for several times now. Did you have something more on the Commission?
I think that's enough with the commissioners.
Magnus, do you have any more thoughts of the Commission when looking at the future of Europe? You already said you didn't do your homework. Well, we got the information today.
But Bo eloquently described the Draghi report, and I think a lot. Draghi referred to the previous report done by another Italian Prime Minister, the Letta report, and when it comes to the least sexy thing you can ever imagine, which is the single market. But back to looking a little bit inwards and improving our own agenda, I think we really need to dig deeper into the single market and improve it. And I take Lars' words on the difficulties because of inertia in individual member states in that happening. But I think what Letta in his reports point to the Capital Markets Union, which is very, very technical. But if we want to have being able to finance the brains that and the research, the very good research that we do in Europe and that Bo alluded to, we need to find the money to put to those brains, and that money should come from Europe, and it should not be that our brains would go or our inventions would go elsewhere and be exploited, not least in the US. So we need to have a better capital markets union to get the finance, and that means a lot of sacrificing at the national level, and it will be cumbersome, maybe impossible at some points, but we need to go back to the original visions of the European Union with the free flow of everything, essentially, in order to make us utilize the size that we do have, because we are, if well functioning, sufficiently big to have the scale competing with the US, definitely, and certainly also with the Chinese. So capital markets is one, energy is another one. We, home of Ericsson, we would like to speak about the telecoms market as well. We have 27 markets when it comes to the telecom markets. It's very good for you as consumers. You buy your subscriptions for surfing on your phones very cheaply. That means that the telecom operators are not, they don't have the money to invest in real 5G, and that means that the industry of Europe is not utilizing 5G in being more competitive or more productive than they should have been, or they would be more productive if they used the 5G in their industrial production.
So how should this be organized?
You have to, again, there are some holy cows to be slaughtered here. You need to break up the kind of the national sovereignty of your telecom networks and go into a federalist dimension of this. And I know you two have been working on the ground making this happen, but ultimately it must happen. I don't say it will happen within 10 years, but eventually it must be there. Otherwise, we will be stuck in our own dirt tracks.
And your first point about financing all these brains, on whose table is that? Who is the...
It is on the table, and again, Letta and Draghi both refers to it as one critical factor to get to drum up the finances.
But where shall it happen?
Brussels is definitely the place where, but it's a two processes. Of course, in Sweden and also actually in Denmark, we have fairly well functioning capital markets. We have a culture where people actually save in shares and stocks or in funds at least, so they have a good kind of capitalist training, if I may use that, and they understand how the markets work. That is not happening on the continent. People are just putting the money on their bank account and that's it. Game over. And so there is a lot of locked-in capital that could be released. So if each and every one of the member states would do the same as we have done in Sweden, and preaching again to the others, but on the other hand, we also need some to make capital products, financial products, homogeneous, so that what is a product, a financial product in one place is at least compatible with what is a financial product in another market, so that you can compare these apples in each and every member state, and that will allow money to flow much more easily from one place to another. That's a vision. It will take a very long time. It's super technical, but we need to make it happen. Otherwise, it will all happen in the US.
As I understand it, we need to be super technically smart. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to agree completely with what Magnus said and be a little bit positive, even though I do agree with what Bo said as well. But I think we have a lot of innovation here in Europe. The brains are here, but it's exactly what Magnus is saying. We're not financing the brains, so they go to the US for financing.
And up on the American West Coast or on the Chinese East Coast.
And so 5 out of the 50 top tech companies are European, and the majority are Americans, Chinese as well. But so we do what I'm trying to say. We have the innovations. Clean tech is, for example, you know, we were #1 in solar panels. The Danes are #1 in wind turbines, batteries. But we have the innovations, but we can't commercialize the innovations. But I think that's negative, of course, but it's also positive.
Now everything is thinking northward, but nobody's saying it. So
we're not out of ideas. We just haven't been able to finance them and scale them up on the European level. So the potential is there. That's the good news. I'm trying to be positive. Sorry.
Good news, please.
Well, I mean, I've been dealing with during 7 years negotiations on the Capital Markets Union. We've moved this much in 7 years.
Is that much or little when it comes to capital markets?
It's quite little, even for my standards. You know, it's because there is, I mean, to boil it down to what it amounts to, Germany doesn't trust Italy. Full stop. That's the sort of simplistic explanation. and so I think we have an uphill battle there. We have to continue, of course, because as both Magnus and Katarina are saying, I mean, this is the key to our future prosperity. I think what we need to have in the coming years is more of a three-layered approach when it comes to how we can progress on the agendas that we have discussed over these 2 days. There is definitely a number of issues that should be discussed on the European institutional level in the mechanisms that we have today with the Council, Commission, Parliament, and so on. We have a number of issues where still national decision-making is required. And we shouldn't forget the principle of subsidiarity, which is in the treaty and which is very important. But then I think what we need to develop even more is a second layer between those two levels, which I would call more of cooperation between the coalition of the willing. This is something which is absolutely hated in Brussels, because, you know, then the Commission, the institutions loses control. But I think some of these issues, given the fact that we are 27 today, given the fact that we are in the not too far ahead future, even more member states, I think there are certain issues. For example, how can we develop our defense industry, where we need to find mechanisms where only a group of countries who are willing to go in the same direction can cooperate for a while. Then maybe further down the line, putting up to the European level. But for example, when it comes to developing the defense industry agenda, which is now a very big ambition of the Commission, it will not work quickly enough if we only deal with on the institutional European level.
But are you thinking now several coalitions of the willing for different matters?
I think we will see what is referred to in the old days. Katarina and I have heard this expression many times. Geometry variable, as we say in Halmstad when we discuss these issues on the big square, which we do all the time. Because, I mean, and that is, I know it's the second best thing, absolutely. I would love that we could do everything on the institutional level, but right now it does not work. So we should be more precise on when do we want to have this on the European level, when do we want it on national level, and when do we go somewhere in between. The problem with this, and the problem with this intermediary level, is that it requires stable governments and brave leadership, which there is not an abundance of that right now, in my honest opinion.
Okay, but finding upside on all of this. There will be things to discuss. There will be matters to debate in 1 year's time when the next EU Days are organized in Lund, 23rd to 24th of September next year. Welcome back then. Magnus Schelt, Lars Danielsson, Katarina Areskog Maskarens. Thank you. And thank you to all of you.